Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021, or AFMC21, held online from 9th to 10th November 2021 in conjunction with International Construction Week, ICW. In order to ensure the smooth running of the conference, we would appreciate if you would kindly take note of the following matters. All presenters and participants are to remain online throughout the event. Please ensure that your microphone is muted when not presenting. And we appreciate that you turn on the camera or video for better conference experience for everyone. Thank you for your kind attention. We will start shortly. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And a very good morning to Yang Berbahagia Dato' Engineer Haji Muhammad Zulkifli bin Sulaiman, Director General Public Works Department Malaysia, cum President, the Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association, MAPMA, and Chairman of Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021. Yang Berbahagia Dato' Sri Zohari bin Haji Akub, President, Malaysia Association of Facility Management, and Co-Chairman of Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021. Invited speakers, session chairs, organizing committee, invited guests, sponsors, presenters and participants of the Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021 or AFMC 2021. On behalf of the organizers, the Malaysian Association of Facility Management, and the Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association, we would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021 or AFMC 2021, held via online from 9th to 10th November 2021 in conjunction with International Construction Week, ICW. I am Muhammad Najmi from WMIT Group Sdn Bhd, your MC for today. It's a pleasure to welcome dedicated researchers, officers, practitioners, academics, and presenters from various agencies and institutions to AFMC 2021. Thank you for joining us today. Alhamdulillah, all praise to Allah, by whose grace and blessings we are gathered here today to deliberate and reflect on various aspects of the theme of AFMC 2021, gearing up to a post-pandemic world. As mentioned earlier, AFMC 2021 will be held for 2 days. Day 1 is for lead speaker, oral presentation, and poster presentation. We are going to have 2 lead speaker, 10 oral presenters, and 2 posters. The link to the posters can be found in the chat section, and everyone is encouraged to view the posters at your convenience. As for day 2, we will have an official opening ceremony of AFMC 2021 by Senior Minister of Works, followed by keynote presentation from Chief Secretary Government of Malaysia and 4 panel sessions. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, presenters and participants, ladies and gentlemen, AFMC 2021 aspires to improve participants' knowledge and awareness on various dimensions of asset and facility management. AFMC does not only seek to promote discourses on good and best practices, ideas, issues and challenges in dealing with asset and facility management, but also provide a good platform for presenters and participants to broaden their international network and forge stronger ties among the industry players. Ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to listening to interesting presentation by all presenters today, who will deliberate the theme of the conference in diverse dimensions that will enrich our knowledge on related area of studies. To continue with our session this morning is the lead paper presentation. Our first lead speaker is Associate Professor Surveyor Dr. Maimunah binti Sapri, Chair of Business of Management Division, Office of Deputy Vice Chancellor of Development, University Technology Malaysia. Associate Professor Surveyor Dr. Maimunah will deliver the speech entitled Economic Agglomeration of Industrial and Business Environment through the Development of an Efficient Asset and Facilities Management Model. Associate Professor Surveyor Dr. Maimunah Sapri is a lecturer at University Technology Malaysia. There, she holds Chair Business Management of Division, Office of Vice Chancellor Development Management. She has more than 20 years experience of the academic related works. She has accomplishments in all areas of real estate, ranging from property economics, property management, asset and facilities management, real estate appraisal and development. As an academician, her responsibilities included teaching and supervising dissertation for undergraduate and postgraduate studies. She has held numerous funded research grants with impact demonstrated by the extent of citation, direct industrial application, and community involvement. She is also a registered property manager under the Board of Valuers, Appraisers, Estate Agents and Property Managers, and a fellow of the Royal Institution of Surveyors Malaysia, and a member of the editorial boards of several international academic journals. She has supervised more than 15 PhD students to completion, many of which have developed into senior roles in government, industry, and academia. Without further ado, we call upon Associate Professor Surveyor Dr. Maimunah to deliver her speech. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And very good afternoon, I count. Now it's already 11:59. Okay, so Mr. Chairman, can you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you very much, first of all, to Mr. Chairman and of course to the organizing committee for inviting myself in joining this very prestigious conference icon. So a very good morning and again Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh to yang berbahagia Datuk IR Haji Muhammad Zulkifli bin Sulaiman as a Director General Public Works Department Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Zuhari bin Haji Yaakob, President Malaysia Associations of Facilities Management and Co-Chairman Asset and Facilities Management Conference AFMC 2021, all the VIPs, invited speakers, session chairs, organizing committee, invited guests, sponsors, and of course, participants, presenters, and of the Asset and Facilities Management Conference 2021, AFM 2021. So for today, for the first lead speaker within the academic sessions, I would like to share my research in regards to the economic agglomerations of industrials and business environment through the development of efficient and asset facilities management model. I will share my presentation. Yeah. Okay, I have shared the slides. Mr. Chairman, can you see my slide?
Yes, clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is basically as an academic paper. Actually, it's based on my research on the integrations of asset and facilities management within 4 other disciplines, which involve the real estate industry, the GIS on the spatial analysis, as well as the digital economics. So this is where important how these incorporations or integrations of 4 areas in the development of economic agglomerations within the industrials and business environment. So as far as asset and facilities management is concerned, normally we look at the asset as an object as well as facilities and an object. But in a very dynamic spectrum, asset and facilities is actually the enabler, how these 2 objects should be managed within an approach, within a dynamic approach, so that this object can support is not only to deliver a good asset and facilities management services, but actually to go beyond the services up to the economic agglomerations. So this is the what is so-called the inspirations, how this research is started with. So within these economic agglomerations, you may ask, or we might think, what exactly the economic agglomeration? So basically, I will explain a little bit about what exactly economic agglomerations. But in general, when we talk about economic agglomerations, it explains the relationship between the economies and the economic growth. So this research postulated 4 important areas. First is that determinant functions of asset and facilities management in setting the economic agglomeration. So the first key is that how asset and facilities management will become the platform in order to support and enable the economic agglomerations. And then for the second one, from this starting point, you have to expand on the development of magnetic indicators of economic agglomerations for industrials and business investment environment. So how the setting of facilities and asset management could lead the development or become a magnetic impact and indicators for the development of industrial and business investment, meaning how is these facilities and asset would support the decision making towards the investment of the properties. And then the third one is measuring the magnetic impact of economic agglomerations for industrial and business environment through spatial mapping. From this, the spatial mapping will explore, in fact, exploring the importance of visualizing the assets, the properties within the property markets. And finally, within this context, the establishments of a digital economy environment through asset and facilities management framework. When I first introduced this kind of project within these panels of a research funder, they're quite surprised because normally we can see that the property markets of properties, industrials, or properties, residentials or commercials, it's within the jurisdictions of the property managers or real estate economics. And the applications of asset and facilities management is normally on to deliver the service of assets and facilities management. So when this project going to integrate, it's quite provide some question marks from the panel, how it will works, and how we going to measures. So from this point of view, okay, this project provided objective for each of the area. So for the first one, in order for us to determine the functions of asset and facilities management, so we have to identify first the list of assets and facilities that support the development and functions of industrial park. So within this context, our case studies is that the business within the industrial and commercial parks. Okay, so how these asset and facilities, what kind of asset and facilities that support the business development, and then to evaluate the existing provisions and operationals of the facilities in the studies area. So the second one is that to develop a systematic model OFM for industrial and business environment, which become the objective number 3, that will integrate the number 1 and number 2. And then within the dynamic of magnetic indicators of economic agglomeration, this project will explore the general outlook of industrial property market within the Malaysians and Johor. Within this scenario, my case studies is that Johor. Okay, and then to explain the qualitative measures of critical success factors for industrial property market within the case study area. And then to provide partial visualizations of industrial area within the case study area to highlight the industrial sales evidence of the properties in the studies areas. And finally, this project will use the digital economy environment through AFM model in order to develop and evaluate the smart city concept that's suitable for industrial area. So these projects, basically the idea is that to develop a asset and facilities management model in order to contribute and to solve the issues of industrial property market overhang in Johor. So there is a huge supply for industrial property market, and when we identify what are the major issues or what are the costs of property overhang is due to the lack of asset and facilities management. Yeah, the investor do not want to invest into this particular industrial or business environment park or industrial area due to the developer only provide the lot of industry or the property to business, but they not support within the context by a very dynamic asset and facilities management, whether it maintenance or inventory or any support system that contribute to the investment of industrial and business park. So this is how the agglomerations of economy will contribute or will have an impact from the good management of asset and facilities. So basically, the economic agglomeration is defined as the accumulation of local economic activities such as industrial, business, and services that give benefit from the aspect of cost reductions and competency improvement of economic activities. Okay, so basically, the agglomeration of economic is based on the market theories. It's only based on the demand and supply of the product and services. So this project challenge on top of the demand or the supply and demands of the services or market economy. So this project challenge, there is another attribute, okay, which is the asset and facilities that need to be integrated in order to become to support the agglomerations of economy within the urban area. So basically, the key concepts of agglomerations of economy is that for localization economies and industry clusters. And of course, the number 2 is for urbanization economy. So from this point of view, ladies and gentlemen, and the participants, we can appreciate that how important is asset and facilities that we need to manage, that we need to provide an ecosystem or spectrum from a strategic point of view. Okay, so basically, in addition, we can identify that agglomeration economies are the benefits that come from firms and people located near one another together in cities and industrial clusters. And within this context, when we say that firms and people locate near one another, so the significance of asset and facilities management is vital. So I'm going to share the hierarchical compositions of how assets and facilities management works, yeah, within our country, Malaysia. So of course, within the federals, as we know, the JKR or JPAC and JPAC committee is the one that become the community that come up with dasar pengurusan aset kerajaan 1.0, for example, all the tata cara, SOP and whatnot, in order to manage the asset and facilities in a very dynamic and holistic from strategic point of view up to the tactical level as well as operational level. Okay, that is happened in federal. So the question is that what happened within the ministry itself, or within the agencies like universities or higher education institutions or others agencies, and what about within the state? Yeah, how this DASA, how is this decision from federal go down up to the state? Because the decision making within the federal, within the ministry level, within the state, and the authority is different. And this level 4 is the local authority, where this local authority is the one that manage the area within their jurisdictions, and the decision or any regards to facilities and asset management in terms of urban management, for example, or urban facilities management is within this local authority. So these hierarchical compositions provide a hiccup for the investor from other country for them to invest in Malaysia. Yeah, they have to go through to federal, for example, and then go to the ministry level, MITI, for example, and then goes down to up to the local authority in order to identify which site that good to invest, which property industry, which business industry is have a good facilities and asset to invest. If compared to Vietnam, Indonesia, for example, or Singapore, they already have a platform for a decision making for the investor to make a decision on their investment. They can calculate the return on investment, they can identify the risk and how to mitigate the risk within the context without looking at the hierarchical composition. But in our country, this issue is still vital and infancy, so that we need to explore. So this is where this research project look at to identify, to develop a systematic model of asset and facilities management for industrial and business environment. So this is where the asset and facilities management, real estate investment decision making, the spatial data and digital economy is combined, is integrated to become the model. So these 4 elements will demonstrate, will incorporate and integrate it in order to develop a systematic model. Okay, so what is this model all about? Yeah, people might say that perhaps this is only the project or research project and it's really theoretical based, but I can say that on top of the theoretical contributions that as an academician have to contribute to development of knowledge, but this research actually go down to the industries and look at what is exactly the problem within the local authority in order for them to manage the business area. So this is why the management process model that developed within this context will integrate the agencies involved investment execution activities that integrate 4 core functions, okay, of effective agglomeration economy. So within this context, okay, there is 4 areas which this kind of developed model will contribute to the local. Okay, the first one is about the physical, okay, the physical appearance or the physical setting that considered as built environment for the area. Okay, so development zone and land for industrial and commercial. So meaning this research look onto the development zone and land use. We look at what in kinds of the whether it's industrial zone, commercial zone, yeah. And then number of planning approval. We look at what's the kind of number of planning approval within the industrial and commercial from 2015 and present to 2021. So we have to look on the trend in terms of the number of planning approvals, and then the asset and facilities management for industrial zone, which is what is the SOP, what is the guidelines, and it involves actually the free zone as well. And then from this physical attribute, we go to economics attribute. Okay, what are the incentives for investors, okay, in Pengerang specifically, our case studies, and then list of industrial investors and developers, number of investment from 2015 and present, and productivity per capita from 2015 and present, number of industrial and commercial supply by type, number of transactions by price, range, value of transactions by price, range, and by type. And finally, within the social, because this research look at the well-being, the happiness index or the livable index of the people. So we have to look as well on the estimation number of employment, how the physical and economics will contribute to the social improvement in terms of the number of employment, because this is what agglomeration economic all about. And then we have to look on the statistic of populations in Pengerang, from 2010. We have to look for 10 years in order to look at the trend within the populations and the economic agglomerations. And finally, we talk about the technology, the importance of database system for industrial setup in Pengerang, smart city elements, the use of smartphone detection, for example, smart lighting, smart parking, water leakage detection, waste management, and extra and extra. So when look at these sponsors videos just now, for example, from Agenta, from JFM, we can appreciate that the asset and facilities management goes beyond the built environment. It should be incorporate with the agglomeration economy. So this is the intangible benefits by the end of the day, what local authority will have when this developed model contribute to their success of the urban management. Okay, first in terms of employment, okay, and within this pandemic, we can see that our employment rate goes down. So it's very important for us to look back on the employment, and then the salary, the economic activities, safety, education, healthcare, well-being, technology, and the transportations. And on top of that, we also look at the other intangible benefit, which is the land use, tourism, the local environment, as well as the infrastructure. So that's why when we come back to the definition of asset, for example, asset is about building, land, and infra. So managing asset management, meaning you have to integrate these three items or three objects, land, building, as well infra, into the economic value of its contribution. So this is, we call it as a socio-economic, and the other one is the environment benefits of this developed model. Okay, so this is basically a prototype within this context of research, okay, where the case study is we use Pengerang Integrated Petroleum Complex. So as we know, in Johor, okay, Pengerang is one of the largest and important industrial area, especially for petroleum. So this is where within this Pengerang we have this petroleum complex, where the area is about 80 kilometers persegi, and it's a Pengerang integrated complex where refinery and petrochemical integrated development, which is rapid, and 6 associated facilities, for example, oil refineries, naphtha crackers, petrochemical plants, liquefied natural gas terminals, and a regasification plant. So all these assets and facilities need to be managed, in fact, integrate with the other assets and facilities, for example, playground, infrastructure, roads, drainage, to become a very supportive industrial area, yeah, for the development of agglomeration economic, so that the investor, when they look at this map, the prototype, they can use which lot, whether in the PIC, whether within the plastic and fine chemical parks, whether downstream finished product zone, medium and light industrial hub, for example, which area that have a very good return on investment based on the attributes or the mechanism that we develop. Otherwise, all this data is actually within the local authority. And if someone, the investor from abroad, for example, if they want to have one industrial lot within this area, they have to call from the MITI ministerial level up to the local authority. So there is no platform for them to look at, for them to make a decision making. Okay, so what's exactly the research significance, okay, and benefits from this developed model, the model? So basically, the synergetic contributory roles of the proposed AFM model for industrial and business development is considered as a crucial component to the successful implementations of the 11 Malaysian plan, and now actually 12 Malaysian plan, and third industrial master plan and other strategic plans that are relevant in order to support the economy of the states. And specifically, findings would contribute to accelerate socio-economic development for the state of Johor specifically, because as mentioned before, the case study is Pengerang, and of course, projecting Malaysia as a high income nation. So from this research significance and benefits, I would conclude that we have to look at the contributions of asset and facilities management beyond the object of the asset. So we have to go in deep how this object, even is a building, the infra or land, can contribute in the development of the Malaysian economy through the integrations of informations, through the integrations of data that reflects the investment strategy within the context of urban facilities or urban asset and facilities management spectrum. So I think that's my presentations. Yeah. So I open for Q&A. Is there any? Thank you very much.
Thank you again, Associate Professor Sway, Dr. Maimuna, for the insightful sharing. The floor is now open for Q&A session. If there's any question, you can unmute your mic and answer and ask directly. Yes, Dr. Abdullah.
Yes, Assalamualaikum, Dr. Maimuna. Congratulations on a very enlightening paper. It's extremely interesting to me, and I think a lot of people in government as well as the private sector. Now, Pengerang is really a good model to start with to do your research on this. Your paper will contribute to the benefits or the knowledge about the benefits of asset management to our country. Now, especially in terms of our developed areas, whether it's commercial areas, industrial areas, or housing areas. Now, the only thing is you have looked at it in a very holistic manner in Pengerang, yeah? But I wish that this could be done for all developments throughout the country. Okay. Now, maybe yours will be a pioneer for this, because in my experience, I don't know whether it's the same in your experience, in government, when we look at development in any local council, we do not look at it in this way, in a holistic manner. So my question is, this paper is a very important paper. It will go a long way to help our country develop in a proper way to benefit the country in terms of our people's well-being and in terms of the economy. Now, how do you intend to get traction for your ideas? Where do you go from here, Dr. Mike? I'm interested to know.
Okay, thank you, Dato. Thank you very much. I appreciate your opinion and questions. Okay, the question is about how we're going to go along the way to support, to contribute to our nation. Okay, for your information, the research have gone to MITI. Yeah, we have a meeting with a MITI, but because of the PKP and whatnot, so we have no chance. But on this coming December, we have a special focus group discussion with MITI. So how this platform, this integrations of model could use within the MITI platform so that they can support the decision making of the investor, and how this will start go towards to from state up to the local authority for them to make a decisions. Otherwise, now each of the agency make a decision in silo. So as I mentioned before, the investor cannot communicate. They go to the MITI will pass to the local authority, and then it's somehow hiccup here and there. So this is where this research will go up. So at the moment, on the ministry level within the MITI, Dato'.
I wish you all the best, Doctor. Yeah, it needs to go up very high. Now, I was thinking that there could be one way which can make your paper or your ideas spread very fast. Probably one of the ways would be if you can pitch your ideas to the economic development zones. I'm talking about standard development. I'm talking about ERCE, East Coast Region Economic Area, Northern Corridor, and things like that. If you, because those economic zones are the ones who look at things holistically, and they are virtually green. Yeah? They are green fields. They're not brown fields. So it's a lot easier to implement those ideas of yours, which are from a holistic perspective of development, for those economic zones. What do you think?
Yes, so I agree with that, because actually the idea of the research is start with when develop the financial, when we study the feasibility studies for free zone in Johor Bahru. So this is where the ideas of have to go on this very holistic and strategic from the economics perspective, the importance of this kind of investment criteria. I do agree, absolutely. Just because of as a researcher, we quite have what is so-called a predicament, in order to go to the ministry level, the top level. Normally we just go on the operational and the tactical. So, but I think if through MAPMA and MAFM, if we can get access to that kind of a platform, which is all the VIPs, all the decision making platform, I think that would be very benefited to the academia like me. Yes, Dato'. So perhaps Dr. Sipama can help me or can help UTM in order to uplift and parachute the whole view from the ministry level or any angle that possible.
Dr. Mai, you can count on the support of both MAPMA and MAFM to help you on that. Okay, we will work together. I think we need to collaborate a lot on this. And I think the other the other level of government where you can really influence is actually through the Kementerian which is in charge of the towns development.
Is that KPKT, Dato'?
Perumahan dan kerajaan tempatan.
Yeah.
That's right. That would be a very impactful way for you to go. If you can get those people on board, and they can influence development around the council. Right. Thank you for your enlightenment.
Okay.
Let's work together. Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much. So hope that for the next step for this research. I think there is one question from chat. Is there any study done to investigate whether government asset management policy or other asset guideline procedures are followed through from level 1 to level 4? Okay, basically within the local authority, they are reading the dasar pengurusan aset, they know the tata cara, but because they don't have in-house policy. As well as I think asset and facilities management concerned, each organization should have their own asset management policy so that they can execute. If I may share, within the UTM concept, University Technology Indonesia is one of, I think it's pioneer of universities that have pengurusan aset taklih, polisi pengurusan aset taklih. Okay, so we have approved within universities last year on the January 2022. So we are about to go into the details. Okay, but from the others, from the ministry, I don't have any ideas because no study yet. I can't say anything. But within the local authority, as far as I'm concerned, within MBJB and Pengerang, they don't have this kind of policies. In fact, they not really, I can say understand, they not really know how they should start with in order to implement the asset, dasar pengurusan asset. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think there's another question. I think Mr. Ahmad Farid Ghazali has his hand up for a while. Would you like to ask a question? Would you like to ask a question too? Mr. Ahmad Farid? Okay. Hold on, let me try to message him. It seems that he's not responding. If is there any other questions from if there's any other questions from the other participants, you can ask straight away. You can unmute and ask your questions. You can also write them down in the chat section if you like. Okay, if there's yes, Dr. Abdullah, you have.
I think I'd like to listen from JKR Malaysia's point of view about the question raised by the previous participant about the level of implementation of all those policies and procedures which have been compiled within the dasar pengurusan aset kerajaan. I think JKR has played a major part in this, in gaining traction for implementation of those policies and procedures, which was issued by the dasar pengurusan aset kerajaan. So is Dr. Firdaus around for his people? Can you give a comment on this? Ada tak Dr. Firdaus punya team in JKR, Jangkaan Pengurusan Aset Bersepadu? Is there anybody from CPAB who can clarify about the level of implementation of this dasar-dasar and prosedur kerajaan under Jawatan Pengurusan Aset Kerajaan? Anybody in JKR?
Firdaus tak ada tu.
Yeah?
Firdaus not in the list.
It's not in the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think his people are in also. Ada sesiapa tak yang dah lebih pada JKR yang boleh clarify? Nak tunggu bos. So anyway, I've know a little bit about dasar pengurusan aset kerajaan because I was in JKR Malaysia, and I retired from JKR Malaysia about 6 years ago. So as you all know, the Dasar Perusahaan Aset Kerajaan is a very comprehensive document. There are the policy, there are the manual, there are the procedure, down to the very detail. Actually, it's a very, very important and very helpful document for the government departments to be able to manage their assets well. But I think the reach for JKR to be able to impart the knowledge or to give training to all the various ministries and the various government departments in the whole country is immense. It's too much actually for JKR to handle. So for your information, I am Vice President of MAMA, Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association. It is actually an association which was formed by JKR Malaysia, because it is the arm of JKR Malaysia which can actually make money, actually collect money, but JKR cannot do it. So this will be the arm. So what JKR is now in discussion with MAMA, so that MAMA can help JKR to able to disseminate this information using our resources, because JKR tak cukup orang sebenarnya, tak cukup tangan untuk latih siapa-siapa yang di kerajaan, sebab dah tanpa banyak agensi untuk memahami dasar, manual dan juga prosedur kerajaan berhubung dengan pengurusan aset. Jadi we will be collaborating with JKR Malaysia, MAMA, in order to disseminate this information as fast as possible. This for your information, Dr. Mai. I think the government has started the concept of asset management. We have come quite a long way since Pak La, Tun Abdullah Ahmad Badawi was PM. I remember Pak La said, which was a big challenge to JKR and to the asset management community. Dia kata kita ni ada infrastructure yang first world, tapi kita punya mentality on maintenance is third world. So that was a very big challenge for us, and I think we've gone a long way. Tapi I think we need to work together, JKR Malaysia dengan MAMA and also AFM, Malaysian Association of Facility Management, in order to cepat-cepat edarkan pengetahuan dan pengalaman tentang asset management yang perlu kita laksanakan seberapa segera supaya semua bangunan dan aset kerajaan tu dapat diselenggara dengan baik dan dapat mencapai umur yang maksimum bagi setiap aset. Okay, that's all. Sorry for taking some time to explain that. Over to you, Dr. Mai, if you have anything.
Thank you, Dato. I think that's very good remarks. Thank you, because as I can't answer that in terms of the implementation because I don't have facts and figure. But in fact, there is no studies conducted to identify as questions by AIN. There is no studies or research conducted in order to identify how these guidelines and procedures being applied within all the hierarchical compositions. Okay, so I can't answer based on facts and figures. So I appreciate that to help me in order to clear up the status. But within the local authority, as was mentioned before, they are really appreciate and look at this DASA and policies very important. But at the moment, I think they need support because the awareness is there, but they need support in terms of training to really understand what exactly asset and facilities management, how it's different from property and facilities management. Because when dealing with this urban property management within the local authority, for example, they come up with different kind of asset, different kind of facilities. And in fact, the authority to manage is different. For example, ada jalan JKR and stop jalan Majlis, kan? And then parit pula 1 meter, for example, from jalan is JKR, and then parit pula Jabatan Parit dan Saliran. So this kind of ownership asset ownership provide different, it's very silo. So that's kind, I think, from MAMA and MFM. So perhaps this kind of thing that we have to look how they have to integrate. By the end of the day, they can provide a sustainable city within the context of environment. Why this is important? Because the integration will, because as a customers, we don't know which is which, mana yang JKR punya, mana yang majlis punya, but we want a very good services, as good service delivery. So I think this is where for in future we have to integrate so that we can provide a good service environment with disregard who is the owner of the asset. So the integration is there, and how it could be integrated. I think that is the roles that should be played within a strategic point of view. In terms of operations and tactical, I say it's okay because each of the organization do their own roles and responsibilities. But when come into the ownership tadi, so it becomes there is a silo, then that is where the integrations is vital. So I think that's my point of view. And within the higher, if I may comment, within the higher education institutions, because we have to report to the Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi. So actually within Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi and turn down into the higher education, they are monitors in terms of this asset management and facilities management. But the focus point is on the maintenance, the operational issues. But I look at this asset and facilities management is beyond the maintenance. Maintenance is basic, should be settled first, but we have to look at how this asset and facilities could support in economics, in the social benefit, the well-being of the community. So that's why we go towards on the roles, and asset and facilities management goes beyond the maintenance. It should provide the platform in order to increase the productivities, and the definitions of productivities must go beyond on the workplace. Because for example, masjid facilities, pengurusan facilities masjid, the productivity is not the workplace, but the productivities is based on the function of masjid, which is for us to beribadah. And beribadah is not only limited to solat wajib, for example, but it goes towards the other function of mosque as zaman Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. I think that should be the spirit bring up by asset and facilities management, for us to really look this from the holistic and strategic point of view. Then we might say that asset and facilities management is vital in order to develop our nation building. It's not only the physical part. Management asset, I think it's, or facilities as physical, it's straightforward because it's an object. But in terms of integrating the object within the management and the people, the human dimensions, the integrity, we can see that there is a lot of issues of integrity when we talk about property or asset investment. I think that kind of spirit or that kind of spectrum that should be enlarged within the context for Malaysia. I think that's my point of view. And one more thing, if I might add, in order to implement asset management or facilities management within the operationals and tactical in universities, for example, is quite tough because we don't have any experienced people, we don't have any skilled people, and in fact, financial issues, and then the issues of belonging. We can go for high utilizations of space because everything means meaning everything thinks that the space is them. Wang tu dia punya, it's not the government punya. So they tend to control, but in terms of the use of the space is very bad in terms of the utilizations. So that's kinds of mentality. And then still based on the complaint-based maintenance, for example, I think that's something that have to go further. So this is why when I talk about agglomeration economic, actually we put the ideas, how importance of asset and facilities management as a resources. Before this, we look at land as a resources. Yes, land is an asset. So there is an issues of rules, regulations, dealing with land matters. So how this land, and I reckon when we talk about asset, we talk about high performance asset. So what is mean by high performance asset is having good value, the optimizations of asset. So how are we going to optimize the asset if the basic issues, for example, maintenance is not settled yet? I think that's something in future we have to go from, we talk about better value, we talk about something that very big, but the issues of the basic in UTM, for example, the issues of maintenance. In fact, strategic maintenance plan pun masih it's not in place. So I think that's something yang kita kena buat, okay, in future. In fact, in future is now. Okay.
Okay, thank you again, Dr. Waimila, for answering all the questions by the floor. So now, before we proceed with the next agenda, allow me to brief you with the conference arrangement. Okay, after the lunch break, we will continue with the oral presentation starting at 2 p.m. with another one lead speaker right after the tea break. As per the conference schedule, we expect to adjourn day one of AFMC 2021 at about 5:15 p.m. Once again, we'd like to thank you everyone for being here. And before we move on to have the lunch break, we would like to invite all present here today for a photography session. So I'd like to ask everyone here to turn on your cameras, please.
Okay, get ready, everyone. We'd like to take all slides. I think we have 200 plus numbers, and to say a few slides need to be take. Then maybe our technical team is ready. Let me check whether all of you have on your video first. Okay, please on the video and adjust yourself. Yeah, give a good smile so that our team are ready to take a photo, because this photo later on will be shared to all the presenters, yeah, by email. Let me check. You hold on, Mr. Najmi. Let me check first. At the same time, maybe our technical can get ready to snap it. Okay, a few pages here. Okay, over to you, Mr. Najmi.
Okay, get ready, everyone. We have about nine pages to
9 pages, yeah? Okay.
to screenshot. So hold on, yeah.
So you have to hold on, yeah?
Okay, smile, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more. No, 8 more.
A few more.
1, 2, 3. Okay, another 7. 1, 2, 3.
I'm not sure where I am, which slide I'm in, but I just maintain my smile.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, more. 1, 2, 3. Another 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And one more. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So thank you, everyone, for the cooperation. Now the event is adjourned for a lunch and a networking break. So a few videos will be played during the break. We'll resume the session at 2 p.m. We would appreciate if we could meet all of you 10 minutes prior, which is at 1:50. So thank you, everyone, and please enjoy the break.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Today is a very glorious day for us. We got our award from CIDB on the 5-star score rating being delivered by Yang Berhormat Minister of Work, YB Barubian. And this is a very auspicious day for GFM, and I hope with this award it motivates all GFMers to work harder in the future. And we also would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who are involved directly or indirectly in putting up the effort for us to be recognized as a 5-star score rating company in the facility management space. Thank you very much and congratulations to everyone.
My name is Shahira Osman. I am one of the client engagement manager for GFM Solutions. And as you can see, today we are participating in ICW event from 19th to 21st of March. And we basically one of the only FM company participating in this event. And we basically promoting consultancy and advisory from the angle of pre-construction stage until completion stage. We also bring in some of our own selling point or our own key product, which is such as CMMS, which is we call it GEMS. As a GFM, I would say that I'm actually proud.
Facility management, is it exclusively for building? Is it any available for any type of facilities such as maybe parks, stadiums, public transports?
Okay. Kemudahan means everything. So the application of facility management practice, you can practice it, you can apply it to any built environment.
More than steel and glass, more than square footage and four walls, more than facilities and floor plans. Today, more than ever, we see more. We see dimensions others can't, from perspectives others don't. More productivity, flexibility, and employee well-being. Opportunity to invest in the future. Potential in every business, in every space, in every person. Insights that transform. Because the more perspectives we have, the more dimensions we see.
distinguished guests, respected presenters and participants, welcome back to our next agenda of the conference oral presentation session. The session will be chaired by Associate Professor Surveyor Technologist Dr. Norsidi Aizuddin bin Matnoor. Associate Professor Surveyor Technologist Dr. Norsidi Aizuddin bin Matnoor began his academic career after graduating his degree and pursued his study until his PhD. He is a registered probationary valuer with the Board of Valuer, Appraisers, Estate Agent, and Property Manager in Malaysia. He has been a trusted examiner for professional exams under the Board of Valuer and Royal Institution of Surveyors Malaysia, and an expert panel for MQA for accreditation program in real estate in Malaysia since 2015. His area of expertise and research interests includes property economics, real estate evaluation, housing policy and issues, community development, urban studies, and property development, as well as technology transformation. His strengths lie on his networks of local and international studies industries as well as in both private and government sectors. He has led various high-profile projects as well as another program and covering internal and overseas organizations. Currently, he serves as the CEO of Magic Sendirian Berhad, a subsidiary of University Technology Malaysia. Without further ado, we call upon Associate Professor Surveyor Technologist Dr. Norsidi Aizuddin to chair the session. Please welcome.
All right, thank you, MC. My brother Muhammad Najmi from WMIT Group Sendirian Berhad. All right, Alhamdulillah. Thank you for the information and brief about me, myself. That's good. This is a good opportunity for all of us to improve or enhance our networking session as well. All right. So I think without further ado, I would like to welcome to all presenters and participants for our next sessions on conference related to Asset and Facilities Management Conference 2021 with the themes of gearing up a post-pandemic world. So to all participants and presenters, before we continue our sessions, I would like to check first, either do we have all of our presenters here for a few minutes first, and then we start our presentations. So based on schedule provided to me, there will be about 6 papers this afternoon, starting with TS Nur Hazlin binti Mat Garib. TS Nur Hazlin, are you here?
Prof, minta maaf.
Yes?
Just now Nur Hazlin contacted us. He got some difficulties on the internet, but he will join later once he sorted out.
All
Maybe
right.
later on we can start the second one, yeah? Okay?
All right, no worries. Thank you, Mrs. S. All right, so how about, just want to cross-check first with our presenter. How about Raja Nurul Wahida? Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
That's good. And then next one, Nitzeti Akhtar Abdul Aziz. All right, I can see you
Yes,
there.
I'm here.
All right, the next one, Eng Bi Kyong. All right, not yet, maybe. It's okay. And then Dr. Zafira. Maybe not yet here. And Datuk Surveyor Rohaizal Idris. Maybe not yet here.
Yeah, I believe they will join later.
Later on. All right. So I think without further ado, just a brief information to all our presenter and participant about the timing. Okay. For these oral presentations, there will be about 15 minutes given to all of you with 13 minutes of presentations and 2 minutes Q&A. But then I will give a signal either through from here by emote icon here, or I will just text through the chat over there. It mentions that there are about 1 minute or 2 minutes left, all right, of 13 minutes. All right, so I will just call your name and the topics, and then I will let you present your paper straight away. All right. So, as mentioned by Mr. Zaz just now, TS Hazlin will be joined us later. So, is it possible if we start with Raja Nurul Wahida first? Are you ready for that one? All right. So, okay, as Raja Nurul Wahida is already here, the topic for the titles of the presentations for our first presentation today, the title is about developments of facility management dictionary apps. I presume this is about applications, right? So I would like to welcome Raja Nurul Wahida, Raja Zilan from Polytechnic Premier Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah. All right, the platform is yours. All the best. Do you have any slide? Maybe you can unmute first.
Okay, I will share my slide.
All right.
Okay, can you see my screen?
All right, it's still loading for me.
It's still loading. Okay.
All right. Yes, I can see your slide just now. Maybe it's good if you can share presentation.
Right, sure.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, that's good.
Okay,
So the floor is yours.
okay, right now. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good evening to all panels and audience. For this session, I will present innovation project titled The Development of Facilities Management Dictionary Apps. Me, myself is Raja Nurul Wahida binti Raja Zilan, and my team member is Nik Jati Akhtar Abdul Aziz. We are lecturers from Polytechnic Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah. Okay, before I begin any further, this is the outline of the presentation. There are 8 parts of the presentation. Number 1 is definition of FM, problem statement, target user, diagram of the innovation, review and feedback, impact, my IPO registration, and the last one is conclusion. Okay. As we know, there are many meanings of facilities management from various FM organizations around the world. Example of it is MAFM, IFMA, BIFM, FMA. MAFM define FM as the total management that integrates all services to support the core business of the organization. In short, FM is a discipline that focus on the efficient and effective delivery of the support service. Okay, this is the meanings of dictionary. Since our project is dictionary apps. Okay, dictionary on the other hand is a reference book on a particular subject, the items of which are typically arranged in alphabetical order. There are 3 objectives of this innovation. The number 1 is to save time in searching for the meaning of words and terminologies in the FM field. Number 2 is to create an application that can be accessed globally around the world. Number 3 is to create an application that interests students and better engagement in learning. Okay, next is a problem statement. Dictionary on mobile device are more practical compared to conventional dictionaries. Until now, there is still no facilities management dictionary apps in Google Play Store. Users or students no longer need to carry the bulky printed book of dictionaries. and they could use it anywhere and anytime inside and outside the classroom. The Facilities Management Dictionary app is convenient because students do not need to bring anything except their handphone or any device. The picture here shows some dictionary apps from various fields in Google Play Store. For example, the electrical dictionary, civil engineering, mechanical engineering, and others. However, there is still no facilities management dictionary app offered in the Google Play Store. With the existence of this app, it is the only facilities management dictionary app available in the Google Play Store. Next is target user. This table shows the target users of the app. The target user was selected based on the field of study and courses taken by students. Bachelor of Technology in Facilities Management is only offered in Polytechnic Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah, while Diploma in Building Services Engineering is offered at 4 polytechnics in Malaysia. Okay, this is the diagram, the simple step of how to download the app. The app is easy to use, simple, and user-friendly. Okay, this is a review from app user. There are about 100 over downloaded since it's published in Google Play Store. All of the reviews are positive review. For example, simple apps, easy to find, really smooth, and so on. Okay, here are feedback from questionnaire using Google Form. The questionnaire was divided into 3 parts. Part 1 consists of demographic question, and part 2 consists of research questions on the facilities management dictionary app's usability. Part 1 used 4 items like a skill questionnaire, namely strongly disagree, disagree, agree, and number 4 is strongly agree. Lastly, part 3 is an open-ended questionnaire to find any suggestion or improvement that can be made to the app. Below are the results of the questionnaire. From the table, the mean for all questions are above 3.63. Most respondents answered strongly agree for all items. The percentage for strongly agree range from 65% to 76%. The highest mean is 3.76 from item 10, where most of the respondents strongly agree this app is suitable to use in learning material. Okay. This is based on the results from the questionnaire. The impact of this app has been identified. Okay, there are 5 impacts of the facilities management dictionary apps, which is time saving, enhanced interaction, accessible globally, potential users, and new learning methods. Okay. For your information, this app had already registered for copyright under Intellectual Property Corporation of Malaysia, or MyIPO. And the registration number is LY2021 W03294. Innovation cannot happen without creativity or invention. There is the different meaning between these 3 words. Creativity is the act of turning new and imaginative idea into reality, while invention is creation of a new idea or concept, and innovation is turning a new concept into commercial success or widespread use, atau dengan kata lain penggunaan yang meluas. Okay, since this app is in the Google Play Store, it can be accessed or downloaded around the world. There are more than 150 countries that can access any apps from Google Play Store. In the other words, this innovation is not only developed for students in Malaysia, but can be used by students around the world. This innovation has reached the tier product and ready to use and commercialize. This is some countries that already downloaded the apps. As you can see, they are from India, of course, from Malaysia, Philippines, Brazil, Egypt, and so on. Okay, this is limitation and suggestion taken by part 3 of the questionnaire. From the questionnaires that have been conducted, there are some improvements that have been identified. Number 1 is to add how to pronounce feature for this app. Suggestion that this app can be used offline without using internet data. This application can be published in the App Store because for now today this app only published in Google Play Store. Okay, to add graphics, pictures, and colors in the app to make it more interesting. And the last one, to offer new features such as quizzes or simple tests to help users test their knowledge. Okay, for your info, this app has won gold medal in pertandingan inovasi pensyarah TVET peringkat kebangsaan, double gold award as well as most live virtual presentation on YouTube in international competition innovation or Innocom 2021. That's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Raja Nurul Wahida, for the presentations. Yes, I think this is a good presentations of sharing about your achievement as well as your development. So, because we still have time here, more or less about 5 minutes. So, is there any question from participant or audience here? Because we can't see any question from the chatting room, so maybe we can directly ask presenter the questions. If no questions, so maybe I can start first. Only one question from me, because it's a good development, and me myself also involved in innovations and technology. So I would like to ask you, either did you involve on the questionnaire related to UI UX, meaning that's about the user friendly and so on, the previous process?
Is it before develop these apps or after?
It can be before and during. Do you engage one? Not yet.
Okay, as you can see, the question, this is, there are 10 questions. As you can see, there is a question for knowledge. We ask for knowledge, suitable for use in learning materials, attract interest student, access anywhere, short time to understand. There is we developed this question based on previous research.
Right. I see. So this is the list of questions there, right?
Yeah.
I see. So do you engage this one directly to any of private sector in Malaysia?
Yes, we also distribute this question for your info. Our student involved in WBL, work-based learning. We directly ask industry or practitioner, FM practitioners to answer this question.
All right, thank you. So is there any question from audience? I can see like a few sounds there. If not, I think maybe if we have time, we can open up again after all the presenter present their presentations. All right, thank you. So we thank you, Raja Nurul Wahida. So as we did not Si Noh Hazlin. So I would like to invite Nik Zeti Akhtar Abdul Aziz. Are you ready for present your paper?
Yes.
Yeah, right. So that's good. So the next topic, the next title will be the awareness of renewable energy among facility manager towards the environmental sustainability. So I would like to invite Nik Zeti Akhtar Abdul Aziz from Polytechnic Premier Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah. The platform is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, Surveyor TS Dr. Nur Sidi. Tak boleh kan? Tadi.
Or maybe can mute those.
Yeah.
If I would like to ask, okay, thank you. Right, if you're ready, you can start your presentation. We can see your slide now. We can't.
I'm sorry, is the video supposed to have sound?
Sounds or not? Yeah. Can you unmute first, Nick? We can't hear you.
Wait.
All right. So can we just wait first for Nick, because we still have time here. Are you okay there, Nick? We can't hear this video sound.
You need help. Maybe you can. I think you have not shared the sound. This is yeah.
When you share your screen, you need to click together with sharing the sound.
Share sound, then only.
Okay. I'm sorry.
All right.
Sekejap ni. Kan macam mana ni ya? Mana nak cuba stop share dulu. Stop share. Okay. Share. Screen ni. Share sound. Lepas ni tu. Oh, tak ada video tu. Tak buka lagi. Buka lagi ni. Buka lagi. Gelap. Okay. Macam ni. Okay. Ni. Share sound.
We can hear you.
Assalamualaikum and good day. My presentation title for today is the awareness of renewable energy among facility management practitioners towards the environmental sustainability. Renewable energy refers to all limitless energy sources such as wind, sun and water. These energy sources are present in nature and naturally replenished.
Conventional sources such as coal, fossil fuels, and gases are processed daily to provide energy and electricity for buildings, household, and industry, which are essential for the development of a country. However, natural resources will soon be depleted. Due to high demand for energy, natural resources are massively consumed, which leads to a rise in cost. Carbon dioxide, which is released from fossil fuels, has been causing climate change and global warming. Therefore, nowadays humans cannot rely on conventional resource anymore and should progress into more friendly energy resource, especially from the nature. Renewable energy has become a major topic of discussion and research worldwide. The adoption of renewable energy is still low and slow. Public awareness of environmental problems in Malaysia remains low, coupled with the lack of exposure of alternative energy. And facility managers should realize that building user awareness and behavioral is a critical factor in realizing energy sustainability. Facility managers should take proactive role to help nation to achieve energy sustainability rather than passively manage the building. In Malaysia, a wide variety of policy act and initiative have been designed by the government to explicitly promote renewable energy. For example, the establishment of Sustainable Energy Development Authority of Malaysia, or SEDA Malaysia, in 2011. Here is 5 types of renewable energy. Solar energy is derived by capturing radiant energy from sunlight and converting it into heat, electricity, or hot water. Photovoltaic system can convert direct sunlight into electricity through the use of solar cell. Wind capture the energy of wind flow using turbines and converting it into electricity. Biomass is organic material that comes from plants and animals and include crops, waste, wood, and trees. When biomass is burned, the chemical energy is released as heat and can generate electricity with a steam turbine. High temperature geothermal energy is from thermal energy generated and stored in the earth. Lastly, hydropower or hydroelectric power generates power using a dam that relies on the water cycle. From the built environment perspective, environmental sustainability addresses the impact of construction and maintenance activity on the environment by minimizing the use of resource, reducing the production of waste and pollution, protecting biodiversity and the natural environment, and using energy efficiently. Here is the objective of the research. Number one is to identify the respondents' knowledge on the difference between renewable energy and non-renewable energy. Number two is to analyze the responsibility of facility managers in promoting awareness of the use of renewable energy. And number three is to recommend improvement to increase the level of awareness of the use of renewable energy. A mixed method was used for this study. A questionnaire and semi-structured interview was developed which sought to evaluate the level of awareness based on the factor that influence the renewable energy among facility management practitioners. The self-administered survey asked respondents how much they agree or disagree on a 5-point Likert scale. A total of 55 respondents completed and returned questionnaire. Two number of technical officers from facility management company was interviewed. The questionnaire were analyzed using descriptive statistics such as frequency and mean rating. The scope of the research was facility management company based in the Klang Valley. Next is the data analysis. Based on the pie chart, the highest building sector from the private sector, which is 56%. 80% of the respondents are in the age range of 25 to 34 years old. Most of the respondent designation was technician or skilled worker, which is 53%, followed by the management level, 18%. And lastly, 37% of the respondents are diploma level. The result shows that facility management practitioners have knowledge about renewable energy. All mean score was above 4.0 except for item number 4, which is 3.98, which is awareness of renewable energy technology used in the building. This shows that the FM practitioners have slightly less knowledge about the renewable energy technology. This respondent might have less knowledge on technology of renewable energy, since most of the respondents are diploma level who hold position as a technician. Most of the respondents agree that renewable energy bring benefit in helping to preserve the environment. Facility manager plays important role in promoting awareness of the use of renewable energy and also take proactive role to help nation to achieve energy sustainability rather than passively manage the building. Renewable is expensive, however, the benefits are enduring as well. Hence, the potential user must have correct information and adequate level of awareness to make of the best trade-off between the benefit and drawback of the renewable technology. Findings from the analysis and discussion have resulted in a recommendation for improvement in running awareness campaign more efficiently and organized program created by the social organization, non-government organization, NGO, or government sector. Incentive for the installation of renewable energy technologies need to be expanded so that more building owners can use the technology towards environmental sustainability. Government also has to expand the latest renewable energy news and technology to the public for better understanding on what progress is going on. And the renewable energy practitioner or provider need to develop renewable energy technology at an affordable price so that building owners can afford to buy and use without any hesitant to purchase the technology. Thus, the policymaker should review the price structure of renewable energy subsidies to improve the rate of renewable energy adoption. As this study was limited to FM practitioner in Klang Valley, the research could further expand the geographical areas in Malaysia in future studies. Here is the reference. And with that, I would like to thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nick, Zeti, Akhtar, for the video presentations, I believe. So I believe this is also a current topic to answer about the purpose of, or to fit the purpose of sustainable development goals. If I may say, from your presentation, we can see about the importance to achieve of item 7 and item 13 related to affordable and clean energy as well as climate change. So I believe as well, the idea of this one is to create the momentum of awareness. Is it right, Nick Zeti?
Yeah, correct. Agree.
Right. So we can see you give some idea over there about, renewable review price, create awareness. So maybe that's good for us to help our participant to share your direct point or direct information related what kind of awareness program that you perhaps can improve our facilities manager over there. Can you share with us?
For example, maybe as lecturers, we know the program, but people who don't know, they don't really go and take the information from internet or from website or anything. So yeah.
All right. So from your part, is there any particular program that you run in your university that maybe can highlight to all of us here? Then maybe we can have collaboration with you guys?
No, there's no program. Yeah.
All right. So, okay. So before we continue, is there any questions from the participant to Nick Zeti? Okay, Dr. TIRTS Dr. Jamlus. I can see your icon raised hand over there.
I have a question. is not good.
Nice.
Sound is humming.
Humming.
Yeah.
And maybe close to any other speaker or equipment kot, Datuk.
Okay. By the way, congratulations, presenter Nick Zaiti Akhtar. A very good effort presenting the result of the 55 respondents on the awareness of renewable energy among the facility managers or among the facility management practitioners. Based on your papers or presentation slides, I saw those within the 25 to 34 years old are more aware or more probably more familiar with regards to renewable energy. That means most of the youngsters those are within the age of 25 to 34 years old, and then those are with degree and diploma, and with as compared between private and government, more private are more aware of this renewable energy as compared to government. 56% private. So this based on only the 55 respondents. Probably if you do on the bigger scale of respondent, probably to me, I would say you will get the same result as well. The youngsters are very much aware of this renewable energy, and they are very concerned with regards to our global climate change and whatnot, the environmental pollution and whatnot. They are very concerned about this. The only surprise to me is between the private and government. Government, as compared to private, government is less aware of this renewable energy. I think probably your next papers, you would propose or study or get a survey of why the government respondent in terms of awareness in renewable energy are less as compared to the private. Because to me, the awareness with regard to renewable energy is paramount, is critical, important, especially with regards to our effort, initiative to minimize the global climate change, and especially with regards to our own government effort in increasing the renewable energy usage to 31% by 2025. Currently, we are still far of achieving the 31%. So actually, I don't have question. It's just a suggestion to me. If you need next papers, presentation or survey, probably you can do a survey on this so that in line with the government effort in inculcate the awareness of renewable energy amongst the government sectors. Okay, that's all my concern, my suggestion. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Datuk. Alhamdulillah, that's a really good comment from the. And we noticed that there's a problem with me now, and inshallah, the committee already captured that comment and we convey to her. And yes, agree with you, Datuk. This is a good momentum. Actually, it's also a good spark for us into these situations. So if there ground somewhere government in related to improve or implement about the renewable energy, right? So thanks again to Datuk Dr. Jamlus as well as our presenter. So without delay, I would like to confirm is there any other question from the participant? Okay, I believe there's no question just now. So I would like to continue to our next speaker, B. Kyung. Does he here? Not yet, I think.
Still not yet, Prof.
Yeah. All right, thank you, Mr. Zaz. So I would like to, I can see Dr. Zafira here just now. Some echo. Dr. Zafira. She's not there, but I can see. Right.
She's here, but we'll play the video.
Just now. Okay, we can see Dr. Zafira over there. So without further ado, the next presenter is Dr. Zafira binti Abdul Muin from University Technology Malaysia, and the title of the paper is Sustainable Facilities Management Criteria for Most Service Environment. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Zafira. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good day to everyone who were involved in the Asset and Facilities Management Conference AFMC 2021. Right, my name is Zafira Abdul Muin from Faculty of Built Environment and Surveying, University Technology Malaysia. So today I would like to present my paper which titled Sustainable Facilities Management Criteria for More Service Environment. For your information, this paper has been collaborated with Associate Professor Surveyor Dr. Maimunah Sapri, where she is one of the fellow researcher at Center for Real Estate Studies, UTM. And she also became the moderator at AFMC 2021 under Future Work the session. All right. So we go straight to the presentation. Okay, as the introduction, before I go further, I would like to share the reason why inspired us to conduct this research. All right, so the first reason is due to the lack of FM research touched on most. For your information, research on facilities management has been widely discussed on various case studies, such as in higher education institution, healthcare services, commercial building, and also the office building. But the study that focus on the religious buildings such as mosque building is still lacking. Thus, this is one of the gaps that we think we would like to bridge, as well as the Muslim, to contribute something to our beloved religion. And then the second one is due to the various issues in managing mosque facilities. As of 2031, around 6,500 mosque building has been built in Malaysia. But I think it's still receiving close review from people who come to the mosque related to the hygiene, safety, and space utilization. So, and then the third reason is in terms of the improve the management of mosque nutrition. Okay, if you can read in the article, there is some scholar has been raised issue in terms of the mosque building should be managed in professional way. So this scenario has bring us the motivation to conduct this research project. So therefore, this hope that the output from this research project would contribute mainly to improve the management of mosque nutrition. And the main thing is to sustain this function for the benefit of our future generation as well. Okay, from the literature review, okay, facilities management actually can be defined as multidisciplinary services and activities that integrate between people, place, process, and also the technology. Meanwhile, for the words of most, it is derived from the Arabic words, which is referred to sujud. According to Hadith Imam Bukhari, our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam stated that the whole earth is made as a place of worship in the means of cleansing for me. Therefore, a Muslim is actually can pray almost everywhere. But the mosque building itself is purposely developed in order to facilitate Muslim activities. The keyword that I want to highlight here is facilitate. So when we talk about the facilitate, it should make an action or process easy or easier. It means that in the context of most building, facilities that has been provided should help or assist the congregational to perform the worship well, and this will encourage the congregational to come to mosque frequently. Because if you can, for your information, during our Prophet Muhammad SAW, the mosque is not only to perform the worship, but also become one of the center for the community to do various activities such as the education, such as the hospitality. Okay, so there is a various function of the mosque. So that's why we need to sustain its function today and also for our future generation. And then we go to the definition of sustainability. Okay, Brundtland 1980-70. He already said that he already defined the words of sustainability is refer to the development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. All right, so that's why it is possible to integrate the sustainability facilities management in the context of most institutions. Okay, so based on this definition, it is argument from the other scholar, which is this definition is insufficiently tangible. Okay, we cannot measure based on this definition, we cannot measure. All right, so ROF 2005 has been list out the relevant indicator in terms of how we can measure the sustainability. All right, so he already highlight sustainability should be measured in terms on how much energy does the property use. The second one is how durable are the building function, and then the third one is how adaptability are this function over time, and also how happy are its occupant and how much happier can they be made. All right, so based on this definition of sustainability, it is proposed for the sustainable facilities management by the Jugans 2011. All right, so Jugans 2011 has been proposed the sustainability facilities model, as you can see in the screen. This is the model that has been proposed by the Jugans. All right, so the sustainability facilities model was developed to show the interrelation between primary process and supporting the facilities and services of any kinds of organization. All right, so any kind of organization is referred to the whether to the public, private, and different kind of industry sector. So that's why we think it is the time for us to integrate the sustainability facilities management into the mosque management. All right, so based on this model, it shows that how environmental management criteria could be used to structures and sustainability facility management approach with a focus on environmental issue, like for example, focusing on energy efficiency and also reduction of CO2 emission. Okay, so with green building as a focus, the triangle expand upwards to integrate primary process, facility, and services. So the model encompasses some of the more common elements associated with sustainability, but in the context of how sustainability facilities management operates in relation to building sustainability. So in the outer layer, the inner elements of the model are placed in a wider context of the triple bottom line of the environment, economy, and also the society. All right, so based on this model, it outlines how the paper should be approached in a larger context, and how the primary process, facilities, and supporting services are impacted by sustainability facilities management, and also the owner building and the user relationship, and how this is further integrated into the triple bottom line in the outer layer of the model. All right, so I think this is the good model should be referred in order to conduct this research. All right, so it is the integrated between the sustainability and also the facilities management. Right, so based on the model, it come out with the target. Okay, for example, for the social, in order for the sustainability facilities management to be successful implemented, should in terms of the dimension of sustainability, which is focused on the social factors, should be target in terms of the compliance with health, safety, and security criteria, and also they need to have the provision of adequate building for work and life. And then the second factors is on the environment. Okay, environment, which is need to target on to use of recycled building materials. And then the second one is reduction of energy consumption. Right, so this factor should be considered under the sustainable facilities management approach. And then the third factor is in terms of the economy. All right, so what we can target in terms of this factor is to optimizing the building space for the most efficient use, and also you can optimize the building life cycle cost. All right, so this is under the sustainability dimension. All right, so and then need to focus to enhance the implementation of sustainability facilities management. All right, so this is what we get from the literature review. And then from the reason, the objective to conduct the objective in this paper is to examine the sustainability facilities management criteria for most service environment in order to have a positive impact on implementing sustainable facilities management in the context of more service environment. All right. So what methodology that we use? So the approach that has been adopted in this purposely in this paper is the review and synthesize related literature on sustainability facilities management research from recognized documented sources. All right, from the literature we have the finding in terms of the sustainability facilities management criteria. Right, if you can see in the slide, there is some of the criteria. This is the general criteria that we derive from the literature review. Right, so based on the analysis, the frequency analysis, we come up with several criteria. Okay, if you can see in the slide, the most common criteria that become the under the sustainability facilities management is the government should establish severe legislation And then the second criteria in terms of the sustainability policy of the organization. And then the involvement of top management. And lastly, in terms of facilities management, manager should have access to training and management tools. All right. This is, I just want to highlight the most common criteria from this finding. Okay, so I think this should be implemented in the most institution in order to ensure the sustainability facilities management to be implemented successfully in the most institution. All right, so as the conclusion, based on the finding, the most common criteria for successful implementation of SFM are strict government legislation and organization sustainability policy, and the commitment and perception of practicing facilities manager, the involvement of senior management personnel, and providing training and practical management tool for facilities management. So from this finding, it is expected that this research would emphasize the need of applying an SFM approach in most administration to help most become more long-term viable. Right, so that's all from me. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Zafira, for the interesting topic, which is nowadays we are looking forward to, visit and sit in the mosque. So when we notice about your topic related to sustainable facilities management criteria for mosque, I believe the main question from me is that what is the best idea to let us know to implement of the sustainable facilities management for mosque? Can you share with us?
All right, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Nasidi, for the question. All right, so, and thank you for AFMC 2021 for giving me the opportunity to present my paper. Right, okay, that's a good question. Okay, for your information, this is one of the idea that come from my PhD thesis. All right, so in order to implement the sustainable facilities management, okay, to expose the needs of the implementation of sustainable facilities management, where we already have the conference. Right, we already conduct a conference, which is international conference of mosque facilities management on 2014. Right, so we already highlight the importance of facilities management to be adopted in the mosque management. Right, so that is one of the our effort. Okay, the conference has been conducted together with the collaboration with the Center for Real Estate Study UTM. Right, so we had a successful event. Okay, we already invite the industrial player, okay, which is most related to the mosque management, okay, which is among the JAKIM participants, and also among the mosque management itself, which is to Imam, Bilal, which is the AJK Masjid, and also the Surau, in order to expose the needs of to create the awareness on the importance of facilities management to be implemented in the mosque management.
I see. That's good. That's good to hear that. And I believe they are looking forward, right, to engage with you directly to implement this one. Is there any questions from participant? Dr. Zafira.
So if I can add more lah. So with the opportunities to present this paper, so I hope that people outside will notice the importance of the facilities management, and because we already know the previous research has been conducted, has been focused on the healthcare institution and also the education institution. All right, so it is the time for us, especially for the Muslim, to focus on the mosque building. Alright, so I think dia tak adalah terlampau popular untuk fokus pada mosque, tapi this is one of our contribution lah, in terms to enhance to contribute to our religion.
All right, thank you, Dr. Zafira, for that one. So is there no question? I can see TS No Hazlin is already here. Are you ready for present your paper? Thank you, Dr. Zafira, for your presentations.
Thank you so much.
Right. We
Okay.
move to yes, we can hear you. So we
Okay,
move to our next presenter from Polytechnic Premier Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah, with the title of Awareness of Big Data Implementation Among Malaysian Facilities Management Personnel. So I would like to invite TS Nur Hazlin binti Mat Garib to present your paper. All right.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Okay, Assalamualaikum and very good evening. Okay, I'm Nur Hazlin binti Mat Garib. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. If you can share the slide, share
First of all, I'm really sorry because of the trouble.
Okay,
we can get the opportunities. First of all, I want to share. This is my okay. My topic of my presentation: awareness of big data implementation among Malaysian facilities management personnel. Okay, I'm TS Nur Hazlin Mat Garib from Facilities Management Studies, Civil Engineering Department, Polytechnic Sultan Salahuddin Abdul Aziz Shah. This is my content: introduction, research background, problem statement, research question, center research question, and then aim, objective, research methodology, and data analysis. Okay, first of all, I want to define the big data. So big data technologies describe a new generation of technologies and architecture designed to economical extract value from very large volume into petabyte volume of a wide variety of data by enabling high velocity capture, streaming data, discovery, and or analysis described by Gens and Wiesel 2011. Okay, so big data in facilities management. For facilities management, data mining was utilized to understand facilities use pattern, said by Bijan et al. At 1992, maintenance cost pattern and preventive maintenance planning by Liu Rosenwald 2003, and for energy efficiency purpose, Refalk et al. 2006. However, one should note that although big data employs some data mining, it goes beyond the analytic of the technology employs for the smaller data sets. Means that the big data come from the smaller data. Nowadays, we have every day we will have a lot of data. So from the data, you know that this is the criteria of big data. Okay, we also we are aware actually the data outside our environment. Okay, this is the characteristics of big data. There is a 5V: velocity, veracity, variety, and volume by ASAT 2013. Okay, background of research. Okay, the concept of contact awareness. So my topic is more on contact awareness, has been in existence since 1990s. Okay, context change continuously because of the objective reason, such economic situation, political matters, and social issue. So the adoption of big data analytics by business is facilitating such change and even faster. Okay, sorry. Okay, and social issue. Okay, the adoption of for example, okay, sorry, I have okay, and then okay, good. Okay. The adoption of big data analytics by business facilitating such change at even faster rate in the most much complicated ways, including the facilities management industry. Then the potential benefit and then contextual information on the application already evident, a proof outcome of the existing context, means that the data around us must be managed to make sure that the data become an information. Since big data is growing very rapidly, so the context of awareness in big data analytics have become more important and timely because of its proven efficiency in big data understandings. Means that we are talking about big data. Is our personnel or our workers in facilities management understand what they mean by big data? Okay. Research issue is the research issue. Okay, lack of information. Okay, regarding Barber et al. 2015, taking advantage of big data opportunities is a challenge for organization. Means that when we want to involve in big data, so there is a lack of information. And then the quality of skill. Vian Ahmad et al. 2017, finding the right talent that is capable of the working with the interpreting the data is difficult. Means that the skill of our workers or personnel in conducting the big data. Okay, in terms of management, Vian Ahmad et al. Also tell us that managing a big data is one of the most challenging factors. Okay, we have a lot of data, especially in facilities management, because when we know that our help desk will receive a lot of complaints regarding our task, and also the maintenance job need a data. Okay, so the problem statement, although big data can provide more accurate and detailed performance data in real time or near real time, okay, but finding the right talent that is capable with interpreting data is difficult. So there is a big data, but the finding the capable of working people is quite difficult. Okay, so the aim and the central research question. So how to promote the central research question, how to promote the awareness of big data to facilities management industry staff or personnel. And then so this is the aim, to promote awareness and importance of big data for all staff in facilities management industry. Okay, so the secondary research question. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, it's rainy.
Oh,
Okay.
I see. So
Okay.
in Johor.
Okay. The secondary research question, what is the factor? So, as per my first objective, to identify the factor of employee interest on big data in their workplace. So, we want to know what is the factor that can trigger the interest on big data among the employees, and then to determine, number two, objective to determine the level of awareness of big data among our employees or personnel, and then we want to encourage the staff in company or facilities management to increase that awareness. Since big data is quite new for facilities management, so that's why we do these studies to increase the awareness among staff of facilities management industry. Okay, scope of research. Scope of the research study is Klang Valley. 3 facilities management companies personnel involved, and the limitation to know the awareness among the staff and the benefit of the data for the core business. Okay, the significance of the start research. Okay, you want to know the considering of the big data, important role to increase the value of the company, and the data have significant expand because nowadays data are significantly expand. Tak nak kita kena tahulah sentiasa berkembang kan, data makin banyak nak diuruskan. Terutama kalau kita duduk dalam My Sejahtera lah kan, makin banyaklah data kat situ. For researcher, the study will help the staff in facilities management industries increase their efficiency to complete their works. It's the conceptual. Okay, we want to know the awareness of big data computation in terms of opportunity, challenge, and benefits. Okay, this is the opportunity. Basically, there is 3 researchers for this. Dian Agrawal et al. 2014, James et al. 2014. Okay, they are talk about task of astronomer to find interesting object and phenomena in the database as on the advanced, particularly with the advanced generation sequence and data driver to make substantial gains for the use of big data, and such databases required regarding the loading of into proprietary database file format to achieve the speed advantage. Means that why we use this big data implementation, because we want to the speed advantage. Okay, however, there is challenges in big data: heterogenic scale, timeliness, personal privacy, lack of skill management, and cost. Even though big data promote nowadays, there is challenges. So these challenges means that doesn't mean that we cannot involve in the big data, but we must tackle the challenges to make it as a advantage of the big data. Okay, this is the benefit. Okay, the benefit of the big data: increase value delivery, better prediction, improve ability, and benefit of the scale. All this benefit will increase the awareness for the our workers or employees if they have a knowledge regarding that. Okay, research methodology. Okay, actually this is quantitative research, and then 120% from 3 companies. Okay, type of instrument, questionnaire. Okay, means that we have 4 sections: respondent demographic, data and information, influence in the facilities management industry, awareness of big data in facilities management industry, and improvement or the suggestion regarding the awareness. Okay, this is our sample size. Okay, companies involved in the question session, there are 3: population, and then sample size 797, and total respondent questionnaire for this is 120. Actually, all of the population have received the questionnaire. However, means that there are only 120 reply the questionnaire. This is data analysis. Okay, for the demographic session, the personnel are among their respondent qualification, from sijil, kemahiran, diploma, and ijazah sarjana muda. Okay. From 70.80 from diploma holder, and the position, most of the respondents are among the technician, 83.33%. Okay, and then we are looking at the respondent experience. This research for the respondent with less than 5 years experience. And then, since most of the respondents come from company A, company B, company C, I have to close the name of the company as company A, company B, company C. Okay. However, before we start the question, we are asking them how they save their data and information they have every day. Means that all of the employees involved, or all of the respondents involved, that they are save their information or data in mobile phone and CMMS, and also they also record in books. Okay, this is the finding for objective 1. Means that to identify factors that influence the employee interest data. Okay, the rank number 1, they are agree that data and existing data and information make it easy for employees to maintain equipment and machinery. They choose this these things, okay, this element as number 1 rank, and then number 2 followed by the existing information data can help employee to perform job. Instead, they are agreed that this data, existing data information and data will help them to perform a job. And number 3, they have an idea that the existing data information will help employees to know the current condition of equipment and machinery. Okay, most of the response, we can look at the mean score. Most of the respondents are quite agree that the big data will help them in their workplace. Okay, so they have knowledge regarding the big data, then they also know that what is the benefit of big data. However, they are choosing that barrier to accessing the data is quite low. Okay, now we look at the level of awareness on data. Okay, at this stage, we are asking our responder regarding their level of awareness of big data among the personnel. We have asking them the opinion. Does all the information and data recovered all the advantage in the future? Their rank is means with the mean of agree. Okay, they means that they are agree that information and data recovered have advantage in the future. Means they know that the data that they have came from their works or their activities will need or will give an advantage for their future works. And then number two, they are agree that the data and information can allow the company to make prediction about the obstacle to be faced or the problem that occur. Okay, at this stage, we know that the awareness of the big data among the personnel, and they know that the data will help the company to predict the obstacle will be faced by them at a future time. Okay, and then we also asking them, do you agree that they think that can add value of the company? They choose this as they don't know the real situation, so they give a mean quite low, 3.98C is 3.69. Then they rank it at 3 because they think that additional data cannot add value of the company. However, this awareness can be increased after this. Okay. And then for the last, we are asking them that the data information can increase opportunity for the companies. They don't have idea, since we can see that our respondent mostly among technicians, so maybe they don't know about, they quite don't have awareness that the data will increase the opportunities for their companies. Okay. And then for the objective 3, okay, we need to encourage staff in increase the awareness, the importance of big data. They agree that the data and information should be accessible. So to increase, they are asking that the data and information should be easily possible as a rank 1 with the score 4.56. So they also see that the support system factor and structure process are most important to ensure that all the data obtained can be used properly. Means that when they have a data and they key in the system, they need the support system factor. Support system factor and structure process means that they can ensure they obtain and use it can be used properly. And then number 3, how to increase the awareness means that they said our respondents said the data, okay, and the information should be stored. Okay, 3.92, number 3, and opinion provide training. Okay, and seminar for employees in the importance of data information, including the awareness of each employee. The rank is as a 3.66, means that nearly agree. Okay, but the rank is the provide training and seminar for employees, means that probably for our position, they are involving in the maintenance job. They are not the things that the training maybe not and seminar is not suitable for them.
If we have 1 minute left, is it okay? A wrap up.
Okay. Finding. Okay, this research reveals that respondents have early knowledge. They have early knowledge. Respondents have knowledge. Also agreed that existing data information will help them to know the current condition and make it easier for employees to maintain improvement. And this is also revealed that FM staff evaluate themselves as merely knowledgeable of specific elements. Mean that if the technician, they have evaluate them as a specific element. However, to improve the implementation of big data is FM, this research revealed that strategies such as support system focus and structured process are the most important to ensure that all data obtained can be used properly and information has become more accessible. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Alright. Thank you. Thank you, TS Nohazdin, for your presentation. I think this is also a good topic to help a government sector as well to make sure that the latest information can be embedded together with the current needs of globally. All right. So I believe maybe after this, we have a potential to have networking between TS Nohazdin with the participant. Perhaps directly can contact all the government sector or even private sector, right, to enhance or to help them, right, to give more beneficial to benefits to all the agency, right. If I may, because we almost we're almost to the end of the session. So if we have time after this, we open up the questions to all the participants. All right. So I think we comes to the last presenter today. All right. I would like to invite Datuk Surveyor Rohaizal Idris from Prolender Group to present a topic of title related property industry practice perspective towards services enhancement for quality of life in affordable home.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you hear me, testing?
Yes, we can hear you, Dato'.
Okay, just ignore the background. This is heavy rain here in KL. So I hope you enjoy this presentation.
All right.
Terima kasih saudara pimpinan majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajmain. Salam sejahtera, salam negaraku, and very good afternoon. Respectful organizer, my dear friend, the chairman of this session, Associate Professor Dr. Nosidi Azuddin Matno, esteemed panel of speakers, member of media, distinguished guests, lecturers, students, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Asian Facility Management Conference 2021 organized by Malaysian Association of Facility Management and the Malaysian Asset and Project Management Association. Let me start with introduction of myself. My name is Dr. Rohaizal Idris and I'm the Group CEO of the Prolender Group of Companies. Our group of companies is focused on property development and management of retail petrol station and its services. We are also the property consultation firm registered with the Board of Valuers. Currently, I'm the President of Bumipro of Malaysian Institute of Bumiputra Property Professional and new startup association that focus on organized the uplift skill of corporate of Bumiputra. I'm also the Treasurer General of Malaysian Institute of Professional Agent and Consultant on MIPIAC. Thank you for listening and attending this afternoon online webinar. I am looking forward to talk to you today about property industry practice, perspective towards services enhancement for quality of life in affordable homes. I really hope the topic that I will share with informative to all of us here in this online webinar platform. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow audience, housing affordability remains a serious issue as there is still many Malaysian Bumiputra who cannot afford to buy a home. As any young Malaysian Bumiputra, and chances are many are still unsure if they can buy their first home. Ladies and gentlemen, residential property in Malaysia has experienced significant price appreciation in 20 years, with prices in several states like Kuala Lumpur, Johor, and Penang spending at higher rates than other locations. Despite the current slowdown in the property market and many developers offering up to 30% discount on real estate purchase, prices are still high for many people and some buyers are still not able to secure the right margin of financing. Hence, affordability is complex thing to discuss. By looking at the ratio between median house price and median income, it is misleading fact to know. Therefore, it's actually a combination of three elements. Number one, a price, the floor area, and the location. Ladies and gentlemen, next slide, please. Okay, as you can see the slides now, this is the overview of my presentation for today. I hope you enjoy my presentation and feel free to ask any question, or if you have any queries, please do so at the end of the session. Next slide, please. Definition of affordability. Next slide, please. Bank Negara Malaysia Financial Surveillance Department has quoted according to the median multiple methodology developed by Demographia International and recommended by the World Bank, United Nations Harbour Industry, a household deemed affordable if the source prices not more than 3 times of annual income. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Definitions of affordable home. Next slide, please. Thank you. According to Bank Negara, affordability in Malaysia has declined with median multiple affordability, which is the ratio of house price to house income, rising to 5 times 2018 from 3 times back in 2012. Whereby, next slide, please. Thank you. Median average income stood at 5,228. Annual median average household income stood at 1,808, which is 528 multiply 12 multiply 3, and average market price of home first quarter is 3,072 and 801, which is off from NAPIC. This multiplies, which is 5, which is seriously unaffordable. You can see from the calculations that 372,801 divided to 12 and 528, which is 5 years and 9 months. So from this calculation, based on the household income, most Malaysians can only afford to buy house land than 200K only. Okay. My fellow audience, I will not discuss about the affordable home pricing or housing policy, but I will discuss the property industrial practice perspective to quality of life. And I hope I want to present or share this can be used as guideline to prepare affordable homes in our country, or at least it will hurt. If it is not today, maybe in the future perhaps. And I do hope after this session, any developer or the management company will not increase their house prices or their management fees if they were to enhance their asset services or to provide more amenities and quality towards the quality of life living at affordable homes. Ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow audience, now let us go to the property industrial practice perspective. I have chosen 6 main criteria that, in my opinion, is that have to relook by the regulator, the authority, or the practicing members seriously. They are loan financing, number 1, location size, build-up area, maintenance, parking, lift, and mismanagement by the property management company. My fellow audience, although some may think it is a petty thing to do, some may make a joke. For example, on our PH government previously, if you can still remember, YB has officiated a new lift, a new traffic light, a new pedestrian cross, or even a new fencing in this affordable housing community. I think you still can remember that. Some may laugh, but for me, it actually matters. And some need to be discussed at all levels. It has to be relooked, rectified, and to be corrected for the sake of people who want to choose to stay in the low-cost housing. And you can see all the basic amenities and I mentioned just now has not been properly restored and taken care of either by the management or the authority itself. This is after my interview session with some people who staying at this low-cost housing when I am preparing this paper. Okay, next one. Sorry, the previous one. Real estate loan financing. The previous one, please. Most of the Putra applicants, especially first-time buyer, must apply for a bank loan themselves. We all know most of these applicants, especially those within the B40, bottom 40% segment, struggle to obtain home financing, where the median house prices are well above the current income level. Hence, from my opinion, the government should have come up with their own ideas of having their own agency at ministerial level to finance the loan directly. This will ensure the interest rate will remain the same regardless of the economic situation, unlike when we're taking a bank loan. Even one day delay, the bank will chase you till you make the payment. On top of that, the minister having their own agency to manage this mortgage will be more compassionate if, let's say, one is unable to service their loan. Fellow audience. Nevertheless, so-called agency that set up by minister also will still require to pay your monthly mortgage, but will work out a plan that will ensure you still have a roof over your head. However, the banks are less forgiving when you take a bank loan, and they will not hesitate to repossess your home if you do not pay your mortgage on time. I think some of us may here have this nightmare when dealing with the bank. Perhaps a way to get around is to have a housing loan disbursed by housing ministry with its own set of rules, similar like our neighbors country, Singapore, where they have housing development board, which is tasked with providing affordable housing every Singaporean. Okay, we go to the location, please. Location, location, and location. My fellow ladies and gentlemen, as always, there is a main factor that will determine the value of the said property. Hence, this also will determine the supply and demand of the affordable homes in our country. For example, affordable homes price may not be the same in KL or compared to Johor Bahru and so on. This is what happening now. It should be measured by the locality and the current market price of the said area and not the price that set by the developer. I will ensure you, if we can do this right, unsold or overhang affordable homes in our country will reduce or maybe solve. Fellow audience, I'm not there to mention which project is next currently, but some of it may located far from basic needs for the potential buyer. This may result they are not willing to buy the affordable homes. That's what happened to the Prima, though the price is at the right positioning. When I may suggest that government and all the authorities should come out with a system whereby this potential buyer or applicant of this affordable home to apply directly to them by mentioning the preferred location where there is demand driven. By doing so, the government is enabled to gauge the demand of the public. Hence, unsold affordable homes will reduce. At least the system will ensure all rakyat will satisfy with what they have purchased. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you something. How does this location will improve the quality of life? Location. I give you an example. If you work in Bangsa Sri Hartamas, if you work in Bandar Sri Hartamas, KL, and our affordable home is located in Bukit Jalil and took you about 1 hour to an unusual traffic to commute to your place. And also you need to go through 3 petrol highways before you can reach there. Do you think this is efficient? Of course, it is not. The long hours drive to work is actually can be spent for your family time and to avoid stress, headache when we're driving back from work, especially during the peak hours. Hence, the total expenses can be kept for future expenses for the future saving. These are the reasons why the location is important and essential to any buyer rakyat or to buyer or any rakyat where they need to make the right decision before they make any affordable purchase of the affordable homes. I think from the picture you can already describe 1,000 words of the interpretation. I don't want to elaborate more. Next one, the third one. Does it matter? Size. Yes, it matter. Just imagine a family of 5 living 600 square feet of flat and 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. That alone indirectly will create a social problem into our society. Look at when a movement controlled or MSO implemented by the government, how difficult our government to get them to stay at home. They have to close the roadblock. They have to close the roads, do a roadblock, summon them, or even put some people to the jail, and so on, etc. Why these people abide the MCO? Because their house is too small. Simple. I give you some example. Let's say one family feel so crowded in the house and tend not to stay at home. What will he do? Yes, they will many around their flats start do something unethical behavior, join gangsterism and so on. Or maybe they are disturbing their neighbors. They may tend to damage the public property to fulfill their free time. Am I right? Some may agree with me. Of course, this may be my personal opinion and nothing to do with the life and death. If it's true, just consider. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow audience, I may not have an authority to ask government or to judge it, especially to increase the build-up to a bigger size or reasonable size of house to make a minimum quality of life. But government should come up with an idea. Those who has more than 5% family, for example, maybe we can offer them a bigger size of house or more bedroom at the same price with a certain condition precedent to cater the minimum prices requirement of comfortable and quality of living. I believe this proposal never been discussed openly, and I hope at this conference is someone from media or authority could hear this, please bring up to this government. We can change this for the better living of our affordable homes in the region. Number 4, property management and facilities maintenance. I got 5 minutes, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the hardest part of managing the affordable homes or low-cost housing these days. As a building age over time, many things will start to wear and tear. Eventually, things need to be replaced. If you were to have candid conversation with anyone in the industry, you will hear a comment like this: the committee is not paying us. The committee is paying us so little, but they expect us to provide fast-star service to them. We are paying the property management company such a high fees every month, but they are not solving our problem, and their staff are well not trained and not qualified. These committees are so demanding and rude. These staff are so lousy and lazy. Ladies and gentlemen, after being involved in this industry for over 25 years, I can conclude the problem as follows. The owners unwilling to increase maintenance fees to cover increasing costs. I don't think any of residents will agree on this. Why? The natural human behavior. Everyone here also will want cheap price, but they expect the first-class service. Am I right? Number 2, some of the committee members are residents to ask something that beyond the management expectation. For example, we agree that cleanliness must be 24 hours, but if they ask the dustbin must be empty at all time, it's ridiculous, isn't it? Some of the residents demand the guard to salute him even when he walked by. This is what happening. Those job really those who are not directly doing this property management business. Tough job, really, very tough job. Even the security also have to salute when the resident have to come down. Number 3, in experience of experienced staff and management skill hired by management. Ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the part that we need to understand much. At any work industry, including the property industry that we are now, staff are the most problematic issues the employer facing, and it's a headache to them. With a minimum salary wage imposed and high cost of living, people are more demanding on the scope of work. These people, especially the young generation, will look at the job scope that doesn't burden to them. For example, if the job requires them to work long hours, their quality of life, their quality of work may not meet the high expectation, given the management or even the resident. Some may tend to find ways of betrayal by marking up service done by contractor fees or taking commission from vendors. When their integrity can be questioned, what more into the job? Number 4, ladies and gentlemen, have you experienced the hardcore defaulters? Mati-mati tak mau bayar security fees. You buat apa pun, they will not pay you. These kind of people will never think about others. From day one, he or she will refuse to pay any or single cents. Either they are stupid or don't understand the meaning of Sata living. Only God knows. The other important note that I want to maintain the building regularly and periodically. For example, for any reason, most of the leave in PPR or low-cost housing will have a minimum leave, which is 4 units for each block. But not all of them is functioning at all times. This is due to non-periodically and regular maintenance by management, perhaps. Therefore, the process of regular periodically is actually to minimize the unpredictable costs and to improve the performance and safety of the equipment. It is not too much to say that some of the management company may skip this process to make more profit. By doing so, they will face a more disaster in the future. Roof leaking will crack once or whatsoever. Okay, the last point is basically a parking. It's not too much to say this. Of all the low-cost housing, they don't have enough parking space. Okay, why? This is because they have because most of the people staying in flats or this local housing or affordable housing, they have more than one cars. Number 1. Number 2, some may use the available parking lot for their own use. For example, they opening stall, garage, or whatever. The third one, developer may not allocate enough parking lots for residents. This is another issue that I want to touch on, and I'm not blaming a point for anyone. I've interviewed some residents myself to confirm the above accusation. Either you like it or not, most of our household family in Malaysia at least having 2 cars in the family. This may have because our public transport not that efficient enough, or maybe because of public transport is not efficient. And the issue of some residents using the parking lot, the other reason of use of unethical and lawful, just I mentioned just now, for gerai whatsoever. Okay, the last one that basically, how many times I have, Mr. Chairman?
We appropriate about 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, okay?
Right.
Mismanagement property company. Okay, I don't want to discuss more about this one. It would break fire to me. So some of them agree with me, some of them are not. Some of them basically hire the right people, some of them don't. So as simple as that. Some people basically hire their license to other people. As simple as that. That's what I want to conclude that the last point of my slide. First, a summary. Ladies and gentlemen, there are 4 main key areas of my summary for this presentation. Number 1, responsibility to improve the quality of life not only rely on the residents, buyer, and the management company. The regulator or the government should also play a part by regularly enforce the rules that has stipulated in the Act accordingly. Number 2, the price of the affordable houses must be determined by the location so that people can afford to buy the preferred area. Number 3, property and asset management and building maintenance is a key of successful of having good quality of life. The last one, a professional person as such a property and asset facilities manager should be well trained before they can allow to take any of the job offered to them. My fellow audience, and this is my conclusion. Give me 1 minute, Mr. Chairman, please. As our high-rise building age, they become increasingly difficult to be managed by agents who are incapable of managing them. Even the owners also find difficult to afford to keep the old building well maintained. Therefore, this property management problem is a time bomb that will seriously affect our urbanized society in the near future. Ladies and gentlemen, 30 seconds. We urgently need all involved parties to come together in a common platform to begin to address this problem in a progressive manner. We call upon property managers, the JMB, MC committees, the state and federal government agencies, the elected members of parliaments to work on this problem, one of the core national problems. Federal sector laws and regulation need to be further revised and improved. Standard of operational conduct needs to be enforced. Management council members need to be educated. Professional charges and salary of building managers need to be standardized. We need to raise the professionalism in our industry, benefit of everyone in the industry to have better quality of life in the community. Having said that, to wrap up, I want to thank you all for listening. Without your continuous service, you'll never be here. I want to thank the organizer for having me today. Hope to see you in the next event. And I end with Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Stay safe.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, Datuk Haizan. Right. That's really interesting, deep from real situations. So I would like to open maybe 1 question from the audience. Or is there any comment from the audience? All right. I believe there's no comment or questions from the audience. So based on your observation, Datuk, how long did you observe and capture this kind of scenario outside there?
Okay,
is it just quick observations or is it actually based on your own experience, engagement in development or something like that?
Okay, put it this way, Mr. Chairman or Mr. Organizer. My office located near to this affordable homes or flats area. So I observe this situation the moment that I moved to this area. I think I've been there for 12 years. So most of these issues that basically happen to the local area need to be taken care of. The assets, the people, and then the most important thing is basically the authorities. Because if you can see, the moment that they build or they construct these affordable homes, there's nothing down there. You can see the parking is enough, the space is enough. Suddenly, after 5 years, you can see all the garage come out. All the parking suddenly not enough. So I do not know where this thing coming from. So after I do this thing, after I went through 12 years this area, so I realized the important things basically is the authorities and the person who manage the building itself. That's very important.
All right. Thank you, Dato'. So, okay, I can see Dato' Jamlus raise his hand. All right, Dato' Jamlus, is there any questions to Dato' Rohaiza? We can't hear you, Dato'. We can't hear you. Can technical look into Dato'? Still Dato', we can't hear you. nampak mulut je bergerak ni.
Perhaps Dato' can type the question instead.
Right. All right, if I may read the questions from Dato' Jamlus, how to reduce house price so that can be affordable to our presenter, Dato' Rohaiza. Can you give a comment on that one?
Thank you, Dato' Jamlus. A simple question, but very tough to answer. Put it this way, for me, it's very simple because if I say something that people tend to agree, I tend not to agree. Because again, for me, if I say that basically, if I ask developer to reduce the price, they will say the price will be increased, the cost will be increased, things like that. So they will give thousands of reasons, the building structure, the cements increase, the material increase, whatsoever. For me, it's very simple. It has to be government to instruct them to get it reduced. Simple as that. Without the government interference, you will never get price reduced. They will give you 1,000 reasons for not to reduce the price. Just my answer, very simple answer, Dr. Jamlus.
All right, thank you. All right, nice. Thank you, Dato' Rohaiza, and thank you, Dato' Jamlus. All right, so I believe maybe if any questions or raised after this, we can contact directly to our presenter, Dato' Rohaiza, as he shows his slide just now about how to contact him then. All right, so again, thank you to Dato' Surveyor Rohaiza for your presentations. I can see that that's totally from your experience, right? To share with us then how we can together support the ecosystem and improve to the best of society. All right, so we already to the ends of our first sessions. And I believe this is very fruitful discussion. I believe also this will be a great sessions to engage more after this, right? Even though beyond our event, AFMC. So with that, from me, congratulations to all the presenter. And thank you so much for your fruitful sharing experience and knowledge to all of our participants. And I believe there's a lot of good informations and good knowledge for us to improve more towards our society and to enhance as a readiness for post-COVID. So with that, I would like to pass and return back this platform to our MC, my brother Najmi. Platform for you.
Thank you again to Associate Professor Surveyor Technologist Dr. Nur Sidi Azudin for the effective chairing of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, the event will now be adjourned for a short break. I'm sure that the session from the 6 oral presenters just now have broadened our perspective towards asset and facilities management as a whole. So thank you everyone, please enjoy the break and we will resume at 3:45 for the lead speaker and oral presentation session. See you shortly. Thank you.
a very glorious day for us. We got our award from CIDB on the 5-star score rating being delivered by Yang Berhormat Minister of Works, YB Barubian. And this is a very auspicious day for GFM, and I hope with this award it motivates all GFMers to work harder in the future. And we also would like to take this opportunity to thank everybody who are involved directly or indirectly in putting up the effort for us to be recognized as a 5-star score rating company in the facility management space. Thank you very much and congratulations to everyone.
My name is Shahira Osman. I am one of the client engagement manager for GFM Solutions.
Distinguished guests, respected presenters and participants, welcome back to our next agenda of the conference, Lead Paper 2 and Oral Presentation Session. The session will be chaired by Dr. Nurul Hana Adi Maimun. So Dr. Nurul Hana is the Director and a Research Fellow at UTM CRES. She is also a lecturer at the Faculty of Built Environment and Surveying, UTM, and a member of the Resource Sustainability Alliance and a Mass Appraisal Planning and GIS Research Group. She graduated with a Doctor of Philosophy in Real Estate from University of Ulster, Northern Ireland, UK in 2016. Previously, Dr. Hana has taught subjects such as economics, land economics, corporate real estate management, town and country planning, statistics and econometrics, and introduction to real estate profession. Her research interests center on property pricing, property forecasting, artificial intelligence, property technology, and sustainable development. She has participated in a number of research projects and published papers in journals, mass media, and conferences. Dr. Hana is also a managing director for International Journal of Real Estate Studies, assistant editor for Journal of Advanced Geospatial Science and Technology, and reviewer for local and international journals. She is a member of the Asia Pacific Network for Housing Research and Malaysian Association of Facility Management. Without further ado, we call upon Dr. Nurul Hana to chair the session. Please welcome.
Thank you to our MC, Mr. Muhammad Najmi from WMIT Group Sdn Bhd. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Nurul Hana. I'm from Center for Real Estate Studies, UTM, Kudai. All right. So, welcome to the AFMC2021 academia session. All right. Before we start with the session, okay, allow me to check the attendance for all speakers, presenters. Is everyone here? Okay, we have
Dr. Hana, it's just that maybe you can call Mr. Kah Woi Tan. I've tried to search for his name. I'm not sure Mr. Kah Woi Tan, are you already in, our lead speaker? Because according to the office, GFM office, he's already on the way here.
so I see GFM services. Will he be using the account? I think it's response from GFM. Okay, it's okay. I can say so I see that Associate Professor Survey Technology, Dr. CD is already here, all right. Mr. Mohan Raj, I can see his name here. Dr. Azbihar, okay, she's here. And Mojimala Ali, I believe she is here as well. Right, so, all right, so.
If I may interrupt, maybe if Mr. Wu is not here yet, may I suggest that we can start with the oral presentation first, Doctor?
All right, okay, sure. All right, so before we start the session, okay, let me give you a brief overview or introduction of the session. All right. So altogether today, for the session, we have 5 papers. All right. So with one from the lead speaker, and the rest is from various presenters, from lecturers, government servants, and also students. All right, from both public and private sector. All right, and in regards to the timing of the presentation, for the lead speaker, it's allocated for a total of 30 minutes presentation, whereby 25 minutes is for the presentation, while the 5 minutes is for Q&A. While the rest of the presenters, you are given 15 times altogether with 13 minutes of presentation and 2 minutes of Q&A. All right. So since the lead speaker is still not here, right? So I would like to invite Associate Professor Surveyor Technology Dr. Nosidi Aizudin Matnur from University Technology Malaysia to present his paper on exploration on innovating asset management benefits for sport facilities. So Dr. Nosidi, the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Nuruhana. Yes, I thought I can rest a bit and then continue with my presentation, but then it's okay. I try my best to share with part of our observation, and then while waiting for that one, I try to share my slide. Can you see my slide over there? All right.
Yes,
Okay.
you can see your slide.
All right. So this is actually, thank you again to all the committee members and then to Madam Chairman for this opportunity for me to share a bit on our observation after engaging with few sport facilities team members and engaging with some related project that we noticed why not. This is as a kick or a spark information for us as a society to look into in regards to the current situations and to appreciate the concerns of post pandemic. So my topic here, my title is about explorations on innovating asset management benefit for sport facilities. I try my best to make it quick. So sport facilities or under the terms of sport industry, what we can say here is that the sport industry is based on the degree to which people are identified with a committed to sport, a team, or an athlete itself. Right? Within that, what we can say is sport industry also involve us as viewers, as supporter, or even the normal community as a normal person. If I may say here, most of us maybe have their own what we call that one EPL club and so on. Same goes to this situation. That is part of it, right, of sport industry. So we are the one of contribute to the sport industry. Sport industry is a group of business organization which produce sport products and services where the main objective is profit making. But then what happened in Malaysia nowadays? Right, the national sport industry contributes between 300 million to 400 million annually to the country GDP, based on reported by Malaysian Youth Sport Ministry. And then in the global sport market, we can see market forecast to grow at compound annual growth rate of 8%, meaning that compared to 2021, USD 440 billion plus minus, and then aim to 2025 maybe reach of 600 billion. Is part of it that we need to concern about this kind of facilities. So try to bring back the scenario. We noticed that in 2021, mentioned by KBS or Youth Sport Ministry, mentions that contributions of 300 for 400 million. But then if we go back a bit with the situations of, I can say that about tragedy happened to all the facilities. What is going on actually? What is the real issues behind that? But then for today's, I just want to pick up few things here to make sure that all of us can think something that we need to explore more and innovate more about asset management. Not just asset management, but we need to looking into the benefits or the values of every sport facilities exist in our country. We can see that, if I'm not mistaken, with the data mentioned here, that to repair about what called Stadium Sultan Mizan in Terengganu, more or less is about 100 million to repair. But how about the cost previously? There's about one big screen, if I'm not mistaken, another few millions in that pool there, and then to maintain the sport complex and so on. This is all the cost that we need to, we need to come out to repair, to maintain, and so on. But for today's paper is actually to share with you the trend that we need to improve ourselves to get ready, or if in education's level they call as future ready students. But now in this situation, in this sharing session that I have, maybe I can say the future ready for asset facilities management. All right. So sports facilities, we struggles, if I may say. All right. Yes, we are struggles. Right. Because of why? Maybe we can see few points over there. Sport facilities are sport product needed or desired for producing sports, such as a construction for new sports stadium, example, or the remodeling of volleyball courts to accommodate professional volleyball tournaments at the global levels. The design and the construction company for the facilities are also a product. So we can see that to understand about the asset itself is not just a simple of, we can see that it's tangible, then that's it. This is called asset. So in this situation, we need to enhance within the current scenario that we need to shift to the digital. Again, we need to explore and prep ourselves to the next levels of maintenance challenges. So approximate about more than 100 millions of asset development based on the code of 30,000 based on use sport ministry report as well, have been allocated. Again, that's a cost of money. But then what happened? Do we gain profit or actually do we gain loss? Right? Do we have capability is actually? Do we understand the real situation? Do we realize the main problem in managing that? Then here is referred to the sport facilities. So there is part of this, the information that we can see about the common maintenance challenges, the wrong parts inventory of hand, too much unplanned downtime, equipment not functioning optimally, limited of effective maintenance metric. This one, I may say, the normal scenario. But do we ready to shift, to receive the shiftment of this thing to the digital levels? Are we ready there? To that levels? If not yet, so this is a spot for us to think about it. All right, that we are now looking forward not just provide, but we also looking forward to make profit, improve our profit from the sport facilities. Right, again about the struggles. We can see on academic part, on the practitioner, a successful maintenance, have minimized breakdown, mentioned here, maintenance direct cost to reduce cost, volume to increase revenue, end up we can earn a profit. But behind this situation, behind the struggles that we face, not just for the government, I may say that maybe for those who like maybe property manager or asset manager for sport facilities also maybe face the same things. What happened is actually, even though in academia we can say that this is how to make everything successful, this is how to make everything great on paper, but the reality, what we observe is that we notice, right? Based on our observations of almost a year observed on these situations, based on because I received a few what we call a small project to help and to come out the blueprint and so on. So we noticed that what happened, we struggle because we think only to reducing cost, but not awareness. We think only charging users because their fault, but not teaching and learning for them and for us. We think only limited budget, cut budget here and there, but not gaining benefit. We think only as user, but not as owner. And we think about spending, but not gaining. This is what we can say after the observations, the reality behind the struggles that we found to manage of sport facilities. So this part is actually another part for us to think about what is best on innovating, creating a new thing to support this asset management, especially related to sport facilities. For my presentation is just a pick up on sport facilities because our observations on that part, but maybe it's a good to, you know, expand to the facilities exist in our country. Then when the physical shift to the digitals, right? We notice that the evolutions in sport tech, right? We have DRS, we have spider cam technology, right? We have chips in our goals, in our record, in our shirt, right? All these things is actually another expenses that we need to prep, right? We need to get ready. Because if we understood with what I mentioned just now about if we are the owner of the thing, we are the owner of this asset, I'm pretty sure that we are looking forward every single cent that we spend, we want to make a new profit from that, right? So based on the scenario that I just shared with you in this platform, so now we go to innovating asset management benefit. All right, the new ideas, however vague, are a valuable asset and need to be managed as one. That's also we noticed. If you all of you can see, most of the diagram is actually a normal diagram that we try to cater to make sure you guys can see. This is normal that we already part of it, right? So all the sport facilities are valuable. Same goes, not just sport facilities, all the asset and facilities in government or even in our country is valuable. They are our money, they are our present, and they are our future. When I say they are our money, they are present, and they are future, because I want to make sure that we involve, we engage for every sense that developed or created by the contractor, by the developer, and so on, is belong to us. And we can see that after that, it's easy for us to innovate, to creating new things. All right. So from here, we notice that what happened nowadays. Yes, we already know that if we can talk about asset, we can talk about facilities management. They are always talk about people, technology, processes, right, place, or maybe nowadays we can enhance a bit on big environment instead of just a place. You know, everything instead of everything is already there. But how to make sure we need to improve this one? So the transitions, right? The ideas is that after we do the observation, we can see that the hybrid asset management ecosystem is a need, right? It's a need that involve at every level, strategic level, technical level, and operational level. That is how we think that the most important is understand, right, the asset purpose, understand every development engage. So how to improve these things is to make sure that the transparency of transformational, right, the transparency of the process, transparency of the delivery process as well.
Sorry, Dr. Lee, we are running out of time. Can you simplify your presentation?
All right, so I think the most important thing is I want to share with you guys is actually about the time, right? Because it's about innovating. So I want all of us think about it. the trend that involves transition from physical to the digital. All right, so I can share here is about 5 facilities management trend for 2021, maybe increased to 2025. They use for customer occupant experience. All right, they go for IoT, AI, and connected device. They ready with the issues of capital budget cut. All right, and then they need to engage with the technology. Meanwhile, innovating asset management and benefits. Starting 2019, actually they engaged with this one, but in 2021 to 2025, I would like to highlight that we need to make sure this is few items that maybe can embed to our managing our asset and facilities, not just for sport, but to all of the rest of asset and facilities. The first one, the impact of technology, increase in mobile asset management, rise the integrated solution, asset tracking management is moving to the cloud, meaning here that we are looking to the cloud, no more physical and hard disk and so forth. Digital transformation and controlling costs, tracking small tools and consumable, balance sheet strength and liquidity, pressure on fees, and other things that asset manager or facility manager need to think about it. We can talk further on after this. Active and passive investing, which is if you are belongs to you as an owner, and I'm pretty sure we are looking into active and passive investment. Regulatory compliance, cybersecurity and risk, investing in digital asset, environment, social and governance criteria, or we call as ESG. Get big or get out. That's another thing. Data-driven transparency for greater visibility, adoption of preventing strategies. So I think with that, maybe we can end up our sharing here. I will share my slide to all participants, inshallah. Back to you, Dr. Nahana.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nusudi, for the very interesting presentation. So, anyone here who wants to ask questions to Dr. Nusudi? All right. Okay, I still didn't receive any questions. You may post your questions in the chat box.
Okay.
All right. So, all right. For now, we proceed with the next presenter, but we will come back to you, Dr. Nusudi, if we have any questions.
No worries. Sure.
Okay. All right. So, next, I would like to call upon our speaker, right, for this session, okay, which is Mr. Kah Wee Tan, right? So, Mr. Kah Wee Tan is the Chief Executive Officer from Tanat Technology Sdn Bhd, right? Mr. Kah Wee Tan founded Tanat Technology Sdn Bhd in 2014 with its core purpose to facilitate building operators and manufacturers to achieve higher productivity and operational efficiency with real-time monitoring, predictive analysis, and automated control via accelerated data-driven technologies. All right. So, for your information, Mr. Kah Wee Tan managed to obtain a grant for development of 100% cloud-based DMS platform from MDEC in 2017 and angel investment from GFM Berhad in 2018 and has been successfully implemented with GFM for IoT solutions since 2019. So he created footprints in various industries such as agriculture, gloves, retail outlets, commercial buildings, retail chain outlets, and so forth. So, without further ado, I would like to call Mr. Kah Wee Tan to deliver his presentation on achieving ESG compliance and net zero building with IoT and AI-driven adaptive technology. Mr. Kah Wee Tan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, General. Loud and clear. Just want to check the internet is stable.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, it's a line. So far is the line. Hi everyone.
Hello.
Yep. Can everyone hear me loud and clear? General, can you hear me over there?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me today. Today I will be representing GFM and as well as Talent Technology to share a bit about ESG. I think ESG is the hip word now.
Are you okay, Mr. Tan?
Yeah, sorry, the line is a bit bad. I'll try my best and to present it as smooth as possible.
Sure. We can hear you.
Okay, that's good. So I'll be sharing my screen now. Okay. So today's our topic will be on a hip words, and that hip words is called ESG. And only yesterday when I was driving on the way from KL to Kedah, and I saw a news on in this my phone on ESG requirement by EPF. So why is it important? Because I think moving forward, the world investment will go into companies that achieve a good ESG, and that ESG it will bring benefit in environmental, social, and governance. Especially, I think the most important is on the environment factors. So most of the money or the investment from the worldwide will go into companies that achieve good environment friendly in one of their key factors or one of their KPIs. And I believe that is the reason why we are sharing that on today's topic. And the second thing is how to achieve net zero building using IoT and AI-driven solution. And I think Dr. Norshidi shared about IoT, and I think it's just, I think we have a common goals that using IoT to solve the solution, to bring in as a solution on building and maybe on sports as well, right? Like I said, today I'm representing both Tenant and GFM. GFM and Tenant is a collaborative partners, and we actually went beyond that. Is also one of the shareholders for Tenant Technology, because GFM believe that technology will bring more improvement, especially in not just on the efficiency matters, but it will also bring in environment friendly, a bit more sustainable in terms of facility management in the future. And I think for environment factors, these photos actually tells a big problems that we are having. Before COVID, everyone thinks that 2 degrees Celsius is not a big problem. And this photo shows that if we are on a pathway of 1.5 degree, a lot of country will be an island, right? And many people think that is very far away from now, and we always have a solution for it. And COVID actually teaches a lesson that, when we have a crisis, the solution takes time to build, like our vaccine. So if you don't start now, a lot of countries will be islands, and some countries on the lower ground can be not available anymore. So ESG is for sustainability, is for all our future, and in order to achieve that, we have to change to make that sustainability works. So it's not just you, but it's everyone. Okay, so this is some data that is from McKinsey. If you see that trajectory, we will be extremely difficult to reach the minus 1.5 degrees Celsius. That takes extreme effort. If you are looking at 2019 projection, we are very, very far away from achieving that goals. And this shows that how much gigatons of CO2 we need to reduce, right, in order to get that 1.5 degrees C goal. And on a quick facts, right? Why is building important in these sustainability goals? Because building actually contributes 39% of the entire greenhouse gases, especially on the CO2. And if you see that the trend is also moving, not just CO2, we are using a bit more environment friendly in terms of the gases that we use in our aircon equipments, right? And if we don't change by 2060, or the footprint of the building will only get larger, right? There will be more high-rises being built, and we are going to get double in terms of the sizes, in terms of building space by 2016. And if you look at the investment point of view, like what Dr. Norshidi said, again, I'm using your investment limitation, the cutting down of a lot of investment. If you look on the trend, this is a quick facts, only 3% of the investment that goes into products that is green, more efficient, right, and reducing the carbon footprint or the high emission rate, right? So if you go into the renovation space, this is for new building, only 3%, but if for renovation building, it's just 1%, right? So if we see the entire outlook of getting the 1.5% based on what we are going towards is extremely, extremely difficult. That is the facts, but in order to get into zero carbon buildings, there are 4 pillars that we need to do or work hard on. The first thing is decarbonization. People ask what is decarbonization? It's basically use less carbon fuel, which is diesel, gases, and use more on the solar or renewable energy. And electrification is things that we are using less genset and using more electric, which is from the power plant, which I think we are achieving quite well. The third and the fourth pillars is using efficient or more smarter device and go into digitalization with IoT sensors and devices. And if we look at the potential, if we really focus on going smarter in buildings, it's actually not, it's actually we can achieve much better. The overall saving that we can save in terms of energy using a smarter control devices, IoT sensors, and demand control strategies, right? Real-time demand control strategies, we are able to actually achieve up to 20 to 25% on a building space. So it's not impossible, but it's just there's more effort and investment that need to make. And energy efficiency still remains as the top priority in any zero carbon buildings, right? Even we have solar is still not enough because on high-rise building, there are limited space on the solar footprint. And then we go into the air conditioning. And why is it air conditioning important? Again, on the facts, 37% of the energy is actually used for aircon, right? And that is especially higher in Malaysia. If you see in Malaysia, because we are a tropical country, sometimes it goes above 40% of the energy consumption. And the next slide is about a scenario that is normally prior to COVID, or now is back to current state, that happenings in any buildings that we goes to, right? For example, in the morning, 7 to 8 o'clock, your meeting rooms is usually empty, but guess what? The aircon is still there. We are still cooling the room. And by 8 to 12, that's where people reporting started, right? You can see that more and more people are coming in, but it's not stable. It means sometimes people come in earlier, later, but there are people filling in. And the biggest energy load, especially for Malaysia weather, is normally on the 12 to 2 p.m. That is where there are people, plus we have heat loads. Environment loads is the highest because of the sun. And suddenly in Malaysia, in Malaysia, we always have a thunderstorm. Like now it's a rainy season, and we got free cool air. But still the aircon is blasting. But for Malaysia, we are blasted. We wear jacket. Yeah. Terlalu sejuk, then we will just wear our sweater. And that is a very common scenario. I think some of people are smiling because that is typically what we have in our Malaysia building. Too cold, we will wear sweater. Too hot, we will complain to the FM. So the FM always overcool the building. And by 6, 7 o'clock, people left already. But because there are some hardworking people that stay in the office, we still give free aircon. So it's constantly on the changes, and we need some technology to address this problem. And when we see the addresses of the problems, every departments or every, we call it stakeholders, will have their own different needs. Top management, of course, focus on the ESG now because it's extremely important to get, as a MNC, that is the most important critical factors now for investor to look at, others than your P&L, right? Finance is always ROI. Facility management, I want to reduce less complaint, less manpower. And I think for most of us, we want a comfortable environment. So looking at this perspective, we need a solution that are able to scale and be smarter to adapt of all these, to address all these 4 stakeholder requirements. And the technology that we think going to solve this problem, we call it as an OT tech. The sensors is IoT sensors, is connected sensors, but the entire solution is called operation tech, right? Operation tech is different from an IT tech, where IT is normally your data center, your network switches, but the operation tech focus on how to make the operation of the building, especially for the FM side, become leaner, less complaint, more energy efficient, right? Ultimately, we want to save money and save time. Okay, so this is a common things that we see in the older days. For a lot of big buildings will have this building management system called BMS, and there's multiple screen. It can be a PC. Normally it's hidden on the lower ground where normally people don't see it. Sometimes it's actually hidden in the security guard office. So most of the time when I visited big buildings, large buildings, the building managers will tell me BMS is a very expensive timer. Their job is just a timer, but it's very expensive, right? And it's true. Most of the BMS in the market is actually, we are using a very expensive tools, but it behaves just like a timer. I'm not blaming or I'm not complaining that BMS is supposed to be doing more features, but it's a bit too hard to be used. It's a bit too difficult for people to configure it correctly. And it's just too expensive, right? We have some other issues like installation problems. People tend to install it, or contractors tend to install it as easy as this method, but it's wrong. And we can see that there's a sticker there showing that saving energy, but it's just not smart. When you put a sticker there, saving energy, and you set to 16 degrees Celsius, that basically doesn't make sense. And when you see thermostat, all 3 thermostat putting on the same place. This is thermostat, means your temperature feedback, all putting at the same place. But actually, the aircon is far behind, about 2,000 feet away. So, and you are controlling based on the thermostat on this area, all because of easy of wiring. So it doesn't fit in the requirement of an ESG. That is a common problem in a lot of buildings. And we use all one written air temperature for a large building. We call it AHU. We only depend on one sensor for a large area. So it's average. So the moment you want to do your energy saving, it becomes average also. When it's average means certain area complain too hot, certain area complain too cold. That is the problem of averaging because we use less sensors. So what is missing, right? In a summary, I think what is missing is we use a lot of offline data. Data is available, but it's decentralized. Every machine have their own independent data, but we are not making them smart and centralized. There's a lot of legacy system. The BMS system is a bit old-fashioned. They don't give you good data, or we call it trending data, right? A lot of manual logging. When there's a complaint, we go and attend that complaints based on manual logging. And just now we see the set point of a thermostat is always fixed. Means as long as there's no complaint, we don't change the temperature. So there is no these on-demand changes on the variable loads. And I think it's also there's not enough alert notification that is a bit smart and it's easy, right? And I'm going to share with you, this is the problem, but I'll share with you how a simple solution that we have tried out and is helping to solve all these problems in the later slides. Okay, so this is what we want to achieve. Like I said, average means there's hot spot, there's cold spot, and it's average because we don't know whether the hot spot is there or cold spot is there because it's all based on feedback, complaints, right? And if we have sensors, especially now we have IoT sensors that are wireless, easy to install, we are able to achieve, or that's our target or ideal case. We want to achieve a very not too cold, not too hot, but ideal temperature without complaints. Of course, we can't balance 100%. That's why the color is still a bit yellow, green, and blue, but at least it's much better than the previous. And we want to have a very simplified dashboard and or alerts that can help your operation team. And in Malaysia, I think our operation team likes WhatsApp and Telegram. They don't like complex stuff. The operation team don't like complex stuff. So if you introduce some tech that are very close to them, that means the adaptability of the technology will be much faster. And there's no training, a lot of training behaviors that we need to introduce to them. In a nutshell, the energy saving can come from a few sensors that I'm going to share. The sensors that we use is actually very basic. It's quite simple and straightforward. We have temperature, which is the common one, but we add in humidity sensors because why? In Malaysia, it's very, very humid. American design is always temperature alone, and it suited them well because their weather is very dry. But for Malaysia, we need these humidity sensors. And we put in light and lux sensors, which is also very simple and doesn't cost much. And we have outdoor weather's temperature and sensors and weather forecast. The one important thing, regardless what sensors we put in, there will still be complaint coming in, right? Because everyone, comfort level is very subjective. Everyone have a different comfort level. So a user on-demand feedback channel is extremely important to achieve any energy saving in a balanced formula. We have one new sensors that we introduced in the market. We call it human activity sensing. It's basically scanning the environment to see whether there's high activity of people and activity. These are two different things. If you have a lot of people but less activity, compared to you have a lot of people with high activity, you need different demand. So we have a sensors that suit for that requirement, that able to tell whether there are how many people roughly, whether that number of people will have high activity or medium or low. So when we have all this data, we are able to optimize and give you the adaptiveness. And the saving will come in from your chiller or the compressor load based on this real-time information and the smart algorithm, which is machine learning. So when we talk about the feedback, I think now everyone knows QR code. No thanks to COVID. Everyone know how to scan a QR code much better. Even uncle, auntie, everyone know. So this technology, last time we use a touch screen, which is costly, but because the adaptiveness of this QR has been, I think, because of MySejahtera, everyone knows. So we are using the same way to give you the virtual thermostat, we call it. You can scan, and then you can feedback whether you are too cold, too hot, like this. So you just cut it, stick it, paste it. You know, it doesn't cost you more than 50 cents with lamination. It can last forever. Just change it when it's torn and become your virtual thermostat. So it does not need to depend on the thermostat that is hanging on the wall anymore. The moment you feedback, the system knows it will set the temperature accordingly based on number of feedback, and we can always improve the algorithm at the back end. So it's cheap. There is protection. It gives you immediate comfort without calling. It doesn't need to call the FM team. So I think it gel in on the FM stakeholders. We want to get energy saving, we want to get comfort, and we want to reduce number of complaints for the FM. And when we achieve all this, the ESG goal is achieved, right? And ESG is about sustainability. So the second
sorry, Mr. Tan.
Yeah,
you have another 2 minutes left.
Okay, it's almost there. Thank you. So the tag not supposed to be complicated. The tag must be simplified. And this tag is also for everyone because it becomes things that we know and we use commonly. The reason why we introduce this is to help the operator to achieve their goals and working smart while working less. So IoT is about using wireless, right? And if you use cable, the cost will increase. So this is conventional method. This is how we do it when it's wireless. It can be 100% battery powered. If you see the photo, is on the semicon industry, there's 100% battery powered. It's reduce, and reduce. It doesn't cost more. This is how it works in action. This is a photo taken in a hospital with a GFM project and one of their major client. These are the sensors that we can able to do to control all your HVACs. So regardless of the types of HVAC system that you have, we are able to do it wirelessly with smart control and sensors. This is an overview of what we can do on the software level, right? We just introduced a few, but this is the entire outlook of how does the software outlook, how does the look and feel can be. So this photo is actually taken from a GFM office, which is also IoT enabled with a smart visualization. This is actually from their office, right? So it can be smart and easy at the same time. And if you already have a BMS, don't change them, right? We don't ask you to change them and throw them away, but we are only adding a little bit smartness, a little bit more comfort with a few of the features that we shared just now. This can be your overview of your building and the future building. We are measuring on your efficiency, which is on the BEI, means building energy, building efficiency index. This is a smart building, or we call it GBI building. And this is normally it looks like. So you have solar, you have your aircon consumption, you have others auxiliary, and you know your water consumption. All right, and this can be your control. As simple as, it doesn't need to be very complicated. I think the training part, the usability and adaptability must be as simple as it is. And there's a QR feedback, there's an energy saving mode there, and you can still change whenever there's complaint. And this can be your dashboard. It can be done, like this dashboard can be done within a day or two, right? So it doesn't need to be taken, it's very flexible, very easy to customize. These are some sharings that we want to share on Picasso. We have done this project with GFM, and the controls on the monitoring side has been done, and the savings is also significantly good, right? We have saved 13.6% in terms on the HVAC energy in overview, and this is published in the magazine. So IoT is not just about energy saving, but it must be also helping us to reduce our works, right? As a facility guy, we want to do less with some analytics. And the first thing that we want to reduce is our PPM and our checklists. And that is another solution that we can do with today's topic. So sustainability is about the 4 stakeholders requirement, and make sure that these things can be sustained. Means we want to have less problem, comfort, and energy saving all happen together. And it all starts from us, not just you, not just me, but all of us, by investing a little bit more into technology. And today's I'm sharing about results. These are all real results that have been done, can be done. And I believe that the more people know about that, the higher chances that we can achieve the 1.5%. And that ends today's session. I wish and I hope that everyone gets some value out of today's topic. And I'll pass it back to you, Nurul.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tan, for the very interesting presentation. All right, in order to ensure the sustainability of buildings and also the environment. And we have a question here, all right? So it's from, I believe, Dr. IR Jamrus Aziz. All right, so based on COP26, which is ongoing now in Glasgow, we are on track for 2.7 degrees Celsius of global warming by year 2100, and not on 1.5 degrees Celsius, if nothing much is done now. Okay, therefore, do you agree that energy saving initiatives and renewable energy must be enhanced immediately?
Thank you for that question. I would say renewable energy is a must, and we can't stop that trend. And thanks for, there's a lot of technopreneurs that have changed how the way that the transportation works in the transportation world. But if you look at the figures, the building is still one of the problematic areas that so far there have been not big changes, and it's too scattered to make that changes happen, because every building belongs to many, many owners, right? And the reason why I'm sharing this is, the more we are able to know these technologies available, and it will help others, and we can influence and bring this technology a bit more cheaper. I think the costing is always a very sensitive thing. If Elon Musk don't create an electric flying car that costs US dollar less than 40,000, I believe the adaptation will be very susah. The same goes to building. It's always bringing the tech lower, cheaper, and encouraging the adaptation is extremely important, especially when we are on 2.7 degrees C and we want to achieve lower, right? So if we don't start now, and if we don't share this to touch and enable more people on this, I think it's really a big challenge for the world. And it's not one day, it's not 2 days like vaccine, right? I think it will take 5 to 10 years to solve this problem as a world, not as a country, but as a world. And when that hit us, I wish that will not hit us that fast, but we must take that step. And I think that is a very crucial step. The reason why so many companies are looking at ESG, I believe they know that it's a serious problem, and we must put effort in looking at this matter as soon as possible. And I know the word as soon as possible is wrong, and we must have a date, because as soon as possible means no date. There must be a date, and there must be a deadline.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tan, for sharing your knowledge and also your thoughts on IoT and also sustainable buildings. So I believe that's all for the question. So if any one of us have any more questions for Mr. Tan, I would like to kindly ask you to type in the chat box for Mr. Tan to respond, if any. All right. So thank you again, Mr. Tan, for joining us. And I would like to move on to the next presenter, which is Mr. Mohan Raj, anak lelaki Subramaniam, from Bahagian Keuangan, Kementerian Sains, Teknologi dan Inovasi, or MOSTI, with his paper entitled E-Waste Control Mechanism and Practices, Perception from Malaysian Federal Government and Agencies. The floor is yours, Mr. Mohan.
Thank you, Dr. Nurul. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. So, as for today, I'm going to present my findings from my earlier research, which is entitled E-Waste Control Mechanism and Practices, a Perception from Malaysian Federal Government Agencies. So basically, it's focused more on the perception of Malaysian Federal Government Agencies towards the e-waste control, basically on e-waste management. Yeah. So I'm going to share my slide. Yeah, you can see the slides, right?
Yes, we can see. We can see it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. So moving on to the introduction, basically, e-waste is waste from electrical and electronic assemblies containing components such as accumulators, mercury switches, and so on. So to cut it short, is basically when we talk about e-waste, it's actually like appliances such as our laptops, computers, smartphones, and etc. So I think we come across all these equipments and appliances on our daily basis. Yeah, but somehow here in Malaysia, e-waste is sadly is among the most underrated waste stream compared to the plastic waste and even the medi waste. So as we can see here, the e-waste is basically generated, or the major source of e-waste in Malaysia is basically household, industries, and institutions. And
I'm sorry, Mr. Mohan, can you put it up on a slideshow version? Slideshow.
Just a minute, yeah.
Okay. All right. Perfect.
Okay, now? Okay,
Yeah.
right. So basically, the key players for e-waste management here in Malaysia is Department of Environment and also the Ministry of Finance. So as for the organizational setup or organizational level for the government agencies, we do have a few guidelines and policies available. To name a few is Treasury Circular, Government Movable Asset Management Procedures, which talk a little bit on the waste, e-waste disposal and so on, and also the government green procurement, which is more focused on the procurement side of assets, green assets, and also the green ICT in public service guidelines. So this one is basically on the ICT assets. So as for the e-waste categories in Malaysia, we can break down into two main components, which is the household and also the industry and institution. So as for the household, I think we are more familiar with this one, because the common household appliances such as the smartphones, televisions, laptops, and so on. So when we talk about the e-waste generated by the industries, is basically we are talking about the devices or equipments in a larger scale, yeah? But some of them is basically identical with the one we use at our home. For example, personal computers, laptops, printers, copiers, and so on. So E-waste management or e-waste is actually a big issue here in Malaysia. But as I said earlier, it's one of the most underrated issues that we rarely speak about. Yeah, as compared to the one about plastic waste and many waste. So undoubtedly, for the past 2 decades, we've been seeing increasing number or increasing generation of e-waste in Malaysia. It is actually good news for us, the managers, and also the one who are involved with the e-waste management business. Yeah, so because the current transformation of government system from the manual to the online system, we've been seeing the trend of online system is being at an exponential rate. Yeah, so as for that, there is also a concern on the unsafe collection, dismantling, and disposing activities of e-waste, in which we are seeing more informal sectors coming in to the business. Yeah, because basically, as we can see in the guideline from the Department of Environment, we do have a few licensed operators here in the country to that are licensed or entitled to carry out the e-waste out from our house or building to the dedicated facilities around the countries. But when we dispose those e-waste to the informal sectors, so most commonly in our country we know them as besi buruk lah. So when we send our e-waste to them, we can't be guaranteed whether it is soundly disposed or not. So that's a big concern, because mismanagement of e-waste could create an adverse impact to the environment and also health, because of the toxic contents in the e-waste itself. So as for the government agencies, we've been seeing most popular audit report or audit findings year by year, which is the ineffective maintenance and disposal process of government assets, in which we've been procuring more electrical and electronic components or devices, and we've been disposing them at the very fast rate. Yeah, for example, we'll be maybe the computers will use around 2 or 3 years, and we started to dispose them. But the audit found out that most of them are being disposed, is being underutilized. So that's a concern also. So in terms of space, at the government agencies, they don't have a specific storage area or specific space to store those e-waste. Yeah, the most common use space is the emergency exit, yeah, near the staircase and all. So as of the knowledge and awareness, we don't see much promotional program or educational based program that educate the users in on the e-waste management, that effective e-waste management at not at the government agencies only, but also at the global level. So as for the e-waste management, we can say that it is actually a shared responsibility, yeah, because from the government up to the consumers, they all share the same responsibility, and they can consider themselves as the key players, because if one party they assume themselves that they don't actually involve with the e-waste management or effective e-waste management, the whole idea of having effective e-waste management could be a big failure. So we do have a few management concepts or well-established e-waste management concept around the globe. So the most commonly used is the extended producer responsibility. If any of you still remember, yeah, we do have one under the Senhang previously. They do have a e-waste management program in which we can, when we buy some electrical products from them, and when it's no longer usable, we can return it back to Senhang. They will come to our house and collect them. So, but sadly, the program is no longer active. Yeah. So as we can see here, e-waste management is a global issue, and when we see at the graph here, we can see for the year 2021, it was estimated that around 52.2 metric ton e-waste to be generated. Yeah, but as for the findings for the year 2019, it's already exceeded to 53.6 metric ton. So it is continuingly to grow. The issue is continuing to grow. Yeah. So as for the e-waste dumping, we can see here in this map over here, Singapore is actually a known destination for e-waste dumping, together along with Thailand, India, China, and also Pakistan. But when we see here, Malaysia is only a suspected destination, but it's a known truth that we are receiving a lot of e-waste, e-waste from countries such as US and also UK in recent years. So as for the Malaysian perspective, we do generate, for every one of us, we are actually generating 11.1 kg per capita of e-waste every year for for the year 2019. The finding for 2020 is yet to come out lah. So based on the literature review and also the validation interview with some of the experts in the matter, so we managed to find 14 implementation factors or control mechanism that are related to effective e-waste management, and I listed 14 of them here. So I think I'm not going to explain each of them today. So the research was basically done in a mixed method approach, in which we do collaborate with Minister of Finance and also Department of Environment, and we did survey and validation interviews with the asset officers and also the procurement officers in various ministries and agencies. Yeah, so among the important findings, unsurprisingly, we do find that desktop, notebook, and printers are the most generated e-waste among the government agencies. And as for the disposal, we do the good news is most of the agencies do appoint companies that is licensed by the Department of Environment. But as we can see here, still some of them are selling the e-waste as scrap. So this one is considered as the besi buruk lah. So as for the policies, we do see most of the government agencies are depending solely on the government movable asset management guidelines, and they don't have any internal policy on e-waste in terms of e-waste management, because they don't see any importance of having one. So in terms of disposal frequency, we see most of the agencies do carry out the disposal practices on request basis, in which they don't have any specific schedule on that. So so here I want to point out the importance of one of the system that was developed by the Department of Environment. We called it e-Swiss. As we can see here, based on the findings of the study, only 5.9% of the respondents do register with the system. Meanwhile, 94.1% either they don't know of the existence of the system or they don't register with the system. Actually, e-Swiss is a tracking system developed by the Department of Environment to track down the amount of e-waste generated by user around the country. So whenever we appoint the DOE license collectors, the inventarization will go into the system. So when we don't do that, the data won't be there in the system. So that's how we, even without the data, we have 11.1 kg generation of e-waste around the country per capita. So as we can see here, as for the 14 implementation factors, all the respondents do highlighted that they found all the 14 factors is important and also crucial in terms of e-waste management at the organizational level. But when we try to correlate them with the effectiveness level, we do find out that they don't seem to be correlating well with the implementation factor. Yeah, for example, for the government green procurement, we do find that most of the government agencies do not use the government green procurement policy in terms of their asset or procurement or asset planning, which is very sad. This one. So as for the e-waste collection method, the only way of you doing it in among the agencies are by way of appointing the DOE licensed operators. So as for this discussion, I would like.
You have around 2 minutes left.
Yeah, Dr. Shah. So in terms of effective e-waste control mechanism in government agencies, we do find when there is an effective e-waste control mechanism, we could build awareness on the related policies. We could have a better procurement of energy saving electrical and electronic equipments. They should have a dedicated team to manage and dispose the e-waste. And it is also crucial to have an environmentally sound disposal approaches together with the provision of collection bins and so on. And the most crucial part is to have a proper inventorization in place. Yeah. So I think I'm going to skip this one, but I would like to point out on the e-waste data inventarization over here. So as found out during the study, there is no dedicated system for e-waste inventarization among the agencies being studied. So that shows the low level of awareness and usage of e-waste e-Swiss system that was developed by the Department of Environment. And as for the conclusion, I would as found out during the study, all the 14 implementation factors were perceived important by the respondents, but somehow negative relationships between the actual implementation of the factors and the overall effectiveness clearly indicates the poor implementation of those factors at the government agencies. And the alarming level of awareness and understanding of proper e-waste management among the asset officers is also a point to be a point of concern. And attention must be given to the e-waste knowledge empowerment and training in terms of there should be more training and awareness program to be conducted at the government agencies. And this one I think is the most important one, because as for the asset planning and management, we should consider on a strategic procurement approaches whenever we want to plan for the asset procurement or planning. For example, we could go for the take back those companies that could offer take back program, or maybe we can go with the leasing and so on. So with the findings from the study, I actually do hope that the factors and the approaches that was suggested could be used for the auditing and performance measurement purpose in future. Yeah, I think that's all for my presentation today, Doctor. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mohan, for the very interesting presentation on e-waste control mechanism and practices. So I open the floor for any questions, if any. All right. So no questions for Mr. Mohan? Okay, if there is no question, I would like to ask a question to Mr. Mohan. In regards to the, you highlighted that there are countries that dump their waste in our country. So previously we had, you return back the waste to the country is concerned. So can you share with us the current situation? How is the situation right now? Are we doing the same same thing by returning back the waste to the countries, or how? What is the current situation right now?
Okay, thanks for the question, Doctor. So, basically, in terms of returning back the waste, we do that for the plastic waste. Yeah, we do see a few. We've returned a few times before to countries such as I think China and UK. But when it comes to the e-waste, yeah, the problem is we've been importing them, in which we can see, for example, we've been purchasing second-hand laptops and computers, yeah, through online. It is I mean, it's a legal we buying through a legal channel and all that, but actually those products won't last longer. I think maybe after 1 year it will become e-waste. We are slowly we've been legally buying those e-waste. That's the problem over here in our country. But we also do have those countries that being dumping their e-waste, I mean, through the containers and all that. But the department enforcement officers from Department of Environment, they conduct their operation throughout the years. But lately we don't see much of that, like action being taken on that. So I think, but we don't see any solution also. That's the problem.
Okay. So thank you to Mr. Mohan for the response to the question. So hopefully there is, there's a way to solve the problem in the future, right? So I would like to invite the the next presenter, which is Dr. Ezdihar binti Hamzah from UTM. With a paper entitled An Overview of Resilience in Critical Asset Management. So this is a recorded presentation. So I would like to ask the organizer to play the presentation. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good day to all. My name is Ezdihar Hamzah, and I'm going to present my topic, which is regarding an overview of resilience in critical asset management. Right. All right. So when we are talking about resilience in critical asset, okay, of course, okay, this critical asset is an asset with the critical functions, and also in terms of the operations are very critical, which it is, if any consequences happen to the asset, okay, it will bring major effect to the country, to the economy of the country, right? So that's why it is also influenced by the risks and also uncertainties. Okay, as we are in this pandemic era where there are so many uncertainties. Okay, so risk factors I can classify it here. Is classified according to the natural disasters, and it also can be technological defect and also human act. Okay, risk due to the human act. Okay, so due to the critical asset, which is exposed to the threats, to the risk. Okay, so that's why critical asset comes with a comprehensive strategy in order to protect the critical asset. Okay, so in other terms, there are other terms of resilience. Resilience here are adopted that integrate in critical asset, because resilience is something
that refers to the adaptability and also ability of the asset to learn and to manage by change. So that how they manage the asset when there is a risk, and then they need to change and to bounce back to their original state. Okay, so that in terms of the functions and operations of the critical asset can be remain, okay, in order to avoid any major consequences. Okay, so my research here is regarding how this resilience, how this critical asset, they need to bounce back, okay, in terms of human adaptability, right? How does people react and being adapt to this risk? Okay, let's look at the definitions of critical asset. So critical asset refers to physical asset or systems. Okay, they are very important, and it reflects to the economy, to the government, to the energy. Okay, these are the sectors: the energy, finance, and transport system within the country. Okay, so critical assets, it can be any systems, okay, or physical asset, okay, it is very important for us to upkeep and also to maintain the conditions for the special purpose of the asset, okay, so that these critical asset sectors was start listed after the event of 9/11 attack in September 11, 2001. Okay, so that after the attack, where WTC was struck down, okay, so due to that, many countries have looked into on what are their sectors, what are their critical sectors that they provide a comprehensive strategies for the critical asset. So these are the critical asset sectors for various countries. And at the end here is India. Okay, so the sectors are communication, government services, finance, civil aviation, maritime sectors, information technology, electricity, gas or energy, medical services, water systems, sewerage, transportation, emergency services, and also food supply. So according to these countries, okay, we can see here that the sectors of communication, finance, gas and energy, and also transportation are the most top ranked critical asset sectors by these countries. Okay, so that you can see that each country are not having the same critical asset sectors according to the functions and operations of the asset itself. Okay, so after looking at the critical review on the critical asset, okay, so in terms of resilience, okay, what is resilience? How this critical asset need to be resilience, okay? So resilience, okay, is a strategy to improve safety, security, and quality of service in risk assessment. Okay, so it's technical infrastructure, organizational abilities, human knowledge, and also experience. So it involves in resilience, it involves in terms of the technical and also organization abilities and human knowledge and experience. Okay, so the new philosophy inspired by resilience, okay, is to learn to manage by change, so that they are having a threat, and then how they react, okay, in terms of the adaptability, Okay, how they want to maintain, how they want to react and make sure in terms of the operations and function of the asset can be maintained. Okay, so that is in terms of the system of the critical asset. Okay, but this in this research, in this study, okay, I highlight on the human adaptability. Okay, how does human response to this risk? Okay, what is the best strategy for critical asset management optimization? Okay, so based on the critical literature review, I have listed 6 resilience elements for critical asset management. Okay, the first one is in terms of emotional competence. Okay, the second one is social competence, futures-oriented planning, adaptive capacity, and lastly is minimizing the impact. Okay, so these are the elements, resilience elements. Okay, in terms of human adaptability, how does the resilience for critical asset management in terms of human adaptability? Okay, so the first one is emotional competence. It means that in terms of the individual positive self-concept, so that the individual itself, okay, they are able to make a decision, okay, to make a good decision during an emergency, what to do, okay, how to react, how to minimize the impact. Okay, in terms of social competence, there are communication, relationships, and also empathy. Okay, so how they communicate, okay, with the other unit, okay, and then futures oriented in terms of optimization, problem solving, spiritual sense of purpose, critical thinking, flexible and adaptive, and being proactive, so that they are able to react faster than anything that might come. Okay, and then in terms of planning, proactive postures, recovery priorities, planning strategies, participation in exercise, and capability and capacity of external resources. Okay, so that planning is very important, where they need to have early planning. Okay, that one is in terms of the proactive postures. Okay, and then the most important thing is that everyone within the critical asset need to participate in the exercise, the emergency exercise. Okay, and then besides that is the capability and capacity of external resources, so that they have an external emergency unit, okay, that will come if the situation needs more support. Okay, and then adaptive capacity in terms of internal and external situation, monitoring and reporting, capability and capacity of internal resources, okay, staff engagement, silo mentality, information and knowledge, leadership, management and governance, and develop and responsive decision making. So that these are very important in order for them to be ready, and how to adapt and react towards the risk. Okay, and finally is minimizing the impact. Okay, this is in terms of the response time. Okay, in react to the risk. Okay, how fast they can react. okay, towards in getting in touch and communicate in order for them to save more life, and then to avoid from any major consequences. Okay, so as a conclusion, okay, since this is an just a overview review paper, okay, so this paper has contributed in the classification of resilience aspect, okay, in critical asset management. Okay, and this paper also contribute to the asset owners to integrate with the relevant resilience aspect to optimize the critical asset management. Okay, I think that's all from me, as I'm talking about the resilience in critical asset management. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you to Dr. SDR for the presentation. So now I open for any questions from the floor. Okay, if there's no question, you may post the question in the chat box if you have any. All right, so that Dr. SDR can respond to. All right, so we move on to the last but not least presenter, which is Modu Mala Ali, I believe. All right, she's a PhD student from UTM, and the title of the research is Health Challenges to Building Occupants and Destruction of Valuables in Indoor Building Environment Within Social Housing in the Semi-Arid Climate. Okay, let's welcome the presenter to present the paper. Is the presenter still here?
I can see his name here under Mala, MALA.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you have any problem, Mr. Ali? Anything that we can assist? Kindly on your, yeah, okay.
Okay.
Right.
All right. We cannot hear your voice. Please ensure that you are not mute. He's not mute, but we cannot hear his voice. Can anyone assist him on the technical matters?
We will try to contact him, yeah, Dr. Hana, see how we can assist.
All right.
I have the international number, the Nigerian number. That's why I cannot pass through. I already WhatsApp to him. I'm sure Mr. Ali can listen to us. Yeah. Maybe you can jot down something in the chat room, Mr. Ali. Easier for us to communicate with you.
Okay, perhaps the network is not okay as he is far from Nigeria. This is what PM Dr. Mai respond in the chat box.
Yeah, and it is early in morning now, I think, in Nigeria, but it's 9 a.m. Okay, see how can we assist here. Okay. Let me try to call him via WhatsApp. Yeah, how we can assist, if we can do some magic and then can try to talk through.
Hello.
Assalamualaikum, Mr. Ali.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
You have shared your slide, but we can hear you. So sorry.
So it's because of the network. I'm trying to fix it.
Oh, okay. You're trying to fix it now, yeah?
Yes, I'm trying.
Okay.
Any possible way?
If you have good internet connection, then it should be no issues. Maybe it's the way you. If the internet connection is okay, shouldn't be a problem, because you can show us the slide. It's just matter of how. Yeah. You need time to do, yeah. Maybe okay. Anything, just call me, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Dr. Hannah can listen to the conversation. In the meantime, while he's trying to sort it out, maybe you can have a other discussion for a while until he got. I saw some question from you just now to.
Okay. Right. So it's a question from myself actually. So we see that there is a lot of potential for sports industry, and we know that when there's lots of potential, of course, we have lots of things to do as well. So I asked that which of the many things that we should highlight or focus on in order to accelerate the sports industry further. So should I
yes, I think
just
hello.
Mala we can see that.
Mala is there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me start all over again.
Yes.
Okay, all right,
excellent.
Mobile. All right. That's good.
Alhamdulillah, you made it.
Sorry for the interruption. Sorry for these hiccups. It's part of the challenges I'm facing here in semi-arid climate.
All right.
Alhamdulillah, you made it.
Assalamu alaikum once more. My name is Mala Ali Modu. I'm very much appreciated for the opportunity given to me to participate in this asset and facility management conference. I'm presenting a paper titled Health Challenges to Building Occupants and Destruction of Valuables in Indoor Building Environment within Social Housing in the Semi-Arid Climate. This paper is co-authored by Associate Professor Dr. Maimuna Safari of the Center for Real Estate Studies, UTM, who is also my supervisor. The paper contains the following headings: introduction, objectives, methodology, literature review, findings, and conclusion. The introduction. It has become a common knowledge now that the objectives for the provision of social housing is to cater for the well-being of the individuals or the occupants, because individuals spend greater part of their time indoor, carrying out different types of activities. Therefore, the indoor building environment becomes an important microenvironment as its quality influences individual or occupants' well-being. Given this reason, prompted many governments in the developing countries, such as the semi-arid climate of Nigeria, to develop varied units of social housing to different classes of income earners. But these objectives have not yet been achieved because of some generic problems with regards to housing, social housing management, and then the problem of extreme weather condition characterize the semi-arid climate. Apart from the general problem of maintenance management, there is issue of harmattan dust. Harmattan dust is a condition that is affecting generally individuals, and it serves as a pollutant. The dust that conveyed by this harmattan dust serves as pollutant to occupants, and at the same time destroys occupants' materials. So there is the need for coming up with a solution towards curtailing this problem. And that is what informed this paper. So the objectives of the paper are to review and reveal the challenges to building occupants and to bring into limelight the destruction of valuables in indoor building environment in the semi-arid climate. And this paper is informed by an ongoing studies to do with semi-arid housing management model. This is the literature review. For the purpose of the paper, on the environment, health challenges to building occupants, effects harmattan dust on occupants, and the methodology adopted for the study is review and synthesis of relevant literature from documented sources. This is cheaper to use and less cost because of time constraints and because of it is a review paper. So I adopted this, or we adopted this method, the findings. Hello, do you hear me? Or am I just speaking? Please, do you hear me? Okay, thank you. So the findings of this paper or of this review paper is that there is the characteristics of the semi-arid climate has forced a problem to occupants of buildings, because the nature of the semi-arid climate is that it has an open and flat topography, which allows continuous incursion of dust particles for at least 5 to 6 months annually. We are currently now in November, and the Harmattan dust starts in November up to the middle or end of March. So all this period, occupants of buildings are suffering from the menace of this Harmattan dust. This is what one of the findings of the review indicated. Another issue is that the quantity of the dust in indoor environment is determined by factors such as the openings such as doors, windows, cracks, and holes on walls and roof. There has to be opening in the buildings because of ventilation. We are in the semi-arid climate. There is problem generally in the developing countries such as Nigeria. There is the problem of energy. So therefore, buildings need to be there. There has to be many openings in buildings to augment the energy that is lacking, because without energy, the ventilation will be a problem if there are no openings, because there are lack of electricity, which will make occupants to use ceiling fans, ACs, and so on. But this energy is lacking. So that's why there are many openings in the building. And another factor is the direction of the wind. The building orientation, if it is in the leeward of the wind, there are problems. More doors will be coming into such buildings. And this is another factor identified. And then increasing desertification because of lack of energy or inadequate supply of energy. People used to cut down trees for fuel, and this accelerates the issue of desertification, and the soil will now left vulnerable to the wind. The wind will now can transport this soil easily into the microenvironment. And then there are issues of climate change. There are studies that show that climate change is one of the issues that increases the dust particles in that region, in the semi-arid region. Studies have shown that climate change, high temperature has shrinked the Lake Chad. Lake Chad is closer, closer to the semi-arid climate, and is a border is in between. The Lake Chad is in between the Sahara or the arid zone and then the semi-arid zone. So by the time the lake is shrinking, it's left more soil. This soil will now be transported into the semi-arid region. Another finding is that the dust affects indoor air quality, ventilation problems, and causes a range of airborne diseases. The incursion of these dust into the microenvironment results in a range of airborne diseases such as tuberculosis, meningitis, pain, allergies, viral infection, any kind of diseases that is airborne. There is likelihood of the occupants to be infected with. And then the study also revealed that precious monuments and other valuables of occupants in indoor environment have been affected. Because as I am presenting this paper, if I didn't close my windows, you will be hearing noise of the incoming wind, because it comes along with dust. This dust mostly affects electrical and electronic gadgets. As I'm talking now, my system is having problem of such things. So these are some of the things that the study revealed, apart from the direct challenge to health. Occupants lose a lot of materials indoor. And another thing is occupants spend a lot of money. When you are being affected by this airborne disease, you have to spend, because the country, Nigeria as a whole, have no free health care services. You have to pay money for even a paracetamol for you to buy. You have to buy it, not to talk of diseases such as cardiovascular disease and so on. Although we do have aids from donor agencies, but this aid will not reach the populace. So the occupants are left with problem of spending more of their earnings. And that is the issue of always sweeping, cleaning the indoor environment, because those will be what concentrating within the indoor environment. So these are.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ali. Can you wrap up your presentation, because we are running out of time?
Okay, thank you. I'm almost close to the conclusion. So the threat of the harmattan dust particles concentration is increasing, and there is need for development of a robust social housing management model that will be used by the corporations and federal housing authority that are looking after or that are managing the social housing estate, because we use social housing because most of the social housing are being located outskirts of the city. In Nigeria, most of the social housing estates are being located outside. This location has brought about this issue that they are the one that is much more vulnerable. That is, occupants in the social housing are much more vulnerable to such problem. Due to time constraint, I will stop here. If there is any question, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation just now. Very interesting. And now I open the floor for any questions. If there isn't any question from the audience, I would like to ask one question for you. In terms of the indoor building environment, you've mentioned that it causes the airborne. It affects the health of the building occupants due to the particles, dust, and so on. So my question is, how do we solve the indoor environment quality, in your opinion?
My opinion, though this is a paper that is based on an ongoing study, and the quality of the indoor environment is one of the issues why I'm embarking on this research in my PhD level. So at the end of the study, the research, I will come up with a solution. But for now, there is a tendency that if a very good approach of FM integrated with a relevant maintenance management and a good adaptation strategy, it will at least enhance, improve the indoor environment quality. Hello?
Okay, thank you for the feedback to the question. So I believe that is all for this session. So on behalf of the organizer, I would like to say my gratitude for especially to the presenters for sharing their knowledge and also experience in relation to their expertise field. All right, so I believe all of us learned something new from the discussion. All right, so with that, I would like to pass this session to the MC. Okay, thank you for inviting me as a session chair. Hope to see you again in other events in the future.
Okay, thank you again to Dr. Nurhana for the effective sharing of the session. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have listened to 11 papers, including the lead paper, related under the theme of gearing up to a post-pandemic world. I am sure that all of us have benefited from this session and discussion, and we hope that this online classroom discussion can be translated into good practices for our future's well-being. We invite everyone here to join the second day session, which is the main event of the Asset and Facility Management Conference 2021. We will have an official opening ceremony of AFMC 2021 by Senior Minister of Works, followed by keynote presentation from Chief Secretary Government of Malaysia and 4 panel sessions. There will be more interesting papers and discussion, followed by a closing session in the afternoon. Please use the login ID that you have received from Asian Super 8 email to access the second day event of AFMC 2021 starting at 8 AM. With that, thank you again. Stay safe. Have a nice day and looking forward to be seeing all of you again tomorrow morning. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Salam.
Hey, thank you all. Well done, well done. See you tomorrow then, inshallah.